Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we will begin shortly, can I please invite everyone to please take your seat right now as our event will begin shortly. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Jax. I'm 4 years old. This is my buddy, Mr. Peach. When I grew up, I wanted to be a vet because I love animals. But you know what's tricky? Sometimes animals cannot tell us what's wrong. Like is Mr. P sneezing because he's sick or just because he sniffed too much glitter? I'm learning STEM to solve problems like that. And guess what? AI can help vets like me. Imagine if AI could listen to animals' heartbeat and say, this puppy just needs a nap. Or even help doing surgeries with super precise tools. Have you ever wished you could talk to animals with stems and the AI will make that happen? AI isn't just for grown-ups, it's for kids like me with big dreams too. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Abby Cheng. I'm 9 years old. Don't worry, I'm not here to pitch a startup yet. Today, I want to talk about AI. You know, artificial intelligence, not Abby's intelligence, though I think that's pretty awesome too. Jax is right. AI is AI is like a super smart assistant. It helps vets catch diseases and even makes cars drive themselves. But here's what's really exciting. AI and I are growing up together. Right now, it's already helping me with homework, though sometimes it makes up weird math answers. But hey, it's learning. As I grow older, AI could even help me figure out what I want to be when I grow up. A scientist, a filmmaker, or maybe the first person to open a dessert-only restaurant in space. AI, you'd better figure out how to make zero-gravity ice cream. So, whether you're a tech nerd, a business genius, or just someone who loves ice cream like me, AI is shaping your future. It's not the future, it's the now. I look forward to growing up with AI, making mistakes, and finding our spark. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Wow, quite the opening. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to JUMPSTARTER 2025, Asia's leading startup and tech event organized by Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund with the support of our funding organization, the Innovation and Technology Commission, and our lead sponsor, HSBC. We're absolutely thrilled to have all of you here with us today. Now, just show of hands. Give me a thumbs up if you're here with us already. Let me see. See if everyone's up. All right, look around you. Thank you so much for being with us. A big round of applause. Welcome. Thank you so much for being with us. And not only that, a huge thank you to Seoul, the champion of the Popping Dance Battle 2023, as well as the Hong Kong Street Dance Championship 2022, along with our dancers Ying and Jasmine for kicking off the event with such an electrifying performance. I know that their dance is actually really special as it symbolized the journey that is between humans and AI working together. Now, this is accumulating in a powerful collaboration, as we can see. Now, everyone, let's give them a big round of applause for that, too. Thank you so much. Now, we're also incredibly inspired by the young visionaries that we just saw on stage earlier. That was Abby and Jax from Big Bang Academy, who shared their imaginative perspectives on AI and the future. So thank you very much for our young speakers for reminding us that the future of AI are in very, very good hands. Now, without further ado, everyone, please do officially welcome everyone around you that is here with us today, that is also watching at home and in the office, JUMPSTARTER 2025. Now, please welcome, in putting your hands together, in welcoming Miss Cindy Chow, Executive Director and CEO of the Alibaba Hong Kong Entrepreneurs Fund, for her welcome remarks. Cindy, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. The Honorary Financial Secretary Paul, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm so thrilled to kickstart the JUMPSTARTER 2025 together with you all. I know there are many events this week in Hong Kong, and I'm really, really deeply grateful that you guys show up this morning at Asia World Expo to support us. Thanks a lot. Now, in its 7th edition, JUMPSTARTER is becoming a cornerstone of the Hong Kong startup scene. The theme this year, as the two young visionaries show us, is about AI and sustainability. On the next 2 days, you'll have the chance to delve into keynote speeches, panel discussions, master classes, and also you can walk around and see all the startup exhibitions, all about AI and sustainability. Of course, the highlights will be the final of the JUMPSTARTER Global Pitch Competition, collaborated with Alpha Trio, which is called the JUMPSTARTER for One Earth competition. And the finalists, which are shortlisted from over 800 submissions from around the world, will compete on this stage for the top prizes. And of course, we are also very grateful and thrilled to welcome all the speakers and representatives from around the world to come to Hong Kong, a city with the top universities, a very vibrant startup ecosystem, as well as a robust fundraising landscape. And above all, it is the access to an unmatched Asian budding markets in the world. So when you go back to your home country, when you think about, scaling your startup or coming for fundraising, do come back to Hong Kong. Think about us all the time. And 2025 this year is actually a very special year for us because Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund was set up 10 years ago. Over the last decade, we set off to really support a lot of young visionaries who try to, really shape the future and has been, really making a mark in our society so far. And we have, until today, backed more than 80 companies with a Hong Kong nexus. And we have also, more importantly, attracted over $2.5 billion co-investment from investors around the world. And as we have pledged at the beginning when we set up this fund, we have used the return of capital as well as the profit from our investment to continue to support young entrepreneurs. A decade of achievement is not an excuse for us to slow down at all. In fact, it is a great encouragement for us to go even further. AI is really transforming the world, no matter it is our lives or at work, and a lot of things. And therefore, we believe that we should do more and lead this revolution. And last year in Q4, we announced that we are going to anchor a third fund under our umbrella, the AEF Next Gen Fund, a $150 million fund that we are backing founders using AI to solve big challenges. And we're bringing them to Hong Kong to help elevate our key industries here. And before I conclude, let me express my heartfelt gratitude to the Hong Kong government, our sponsors, partners, supporting organizations. Thank you. Without your support, JUMPSTARTER cannot be possible. And to every entrepreneur here today, all the hard work is really for you, and this is why we do this big event here. I hope you enjoy the time and also enjoy the contents that our team have put together for you. So enjoy the next the 2 days. Thank you.
Wow, quite the video, wasn't it? And thank you very much, Cindy, for those warm words and also setting the stage for what is an exciting event that is coming up for today and tomorrow. Now, next, can I please have everyone put your hands together once again? And this time, we are very honored to have the Honorable Paul Chan Mo Po, Financial Secretary of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, to deliver the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for him. Sir, please.
Cindy, distinguished guests, innovators, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a pleasure to be here at the grand finale of Alibaba's JUMPSTARTER. A warm welcome to all innovators, entrepreneurs, and investors joining us today, especially those who have traveled from far and wide. You have come at a truly exciting time as we celebrate Super March in Hong Kong, a wonderful showcase of an array of global gatherings, from prestigious business conferences like this one to cultural and sporting events such as Art Basel and the Hong Kong Rugby 7. There are just abundant opportunities to connect, collaborate, and create unforgettable moments together. Since its inception 8 years ago, the Alibaba JUMPSTARTER event has become a remarkable event for startups and scale-ups to pitch their innovative ideas and present cutting-edge solutions while connecting with potential investors from around the group. More than a competition, today's event is an excellent platform for exchanging ideas, sharing experience, and driving thought leadership about our technological future. The theme of this year's event, AI and Sustainability, is a crucial one, as it addresses two of the most significant issues facing humanity. The potential of AI to support sustainability goals is vast and evident. Taking climate change as an example, AI's sweeping application can transform many sectors through optimizing energy consumption, accelerating the development of new materials, enhancing climate forecasting, and much more. Indeed, the future of AI is a captivating topic that draws significant attention. One thing is certain: it will transform production, business, and consumption models, fundamentally redefining the core competitiveness of many economies. This is why countries and regions around the world are making AI the prime focus. What is less certain is the path along which AI and related technology will evolve. Not long ago, we assumed that the unprecedented advancement of AI would lead to an exponential demand for supercomputing power, chips, data centers, the stuttering emergence of deep learning models like DeepSeek and open source alternatives has prompted a critical re-evaluation of this assumption. We must now ask ourselves, do we truly need such abundance of chips? Are we perhaps over-investing in data centers? But regardless of the path, one truth remains: the market inherently favors innovation and cost-effective technologies that generate greater value. History shows that groundbreaking solutions can bring about positive disruption to the market, and this highlights the immense value of startups and their innovations. It reinforces that creativity and innovation are equally, if not more, essential in driving success. Another critical topic is talent in the age of AI. As AI becomes central to economic competitiveness, we must reinvent our education systems to nurture talent for AI-related industries. Enhancing AI literacy among the general population is also vital. Equipping individuals with the skills needed to adapt to the evolving landscape shaped by AI. Here in Hong Kong, we are harnessing AI's potential with a forward-looking perspective, actively pursuing a number of directions to secure a promising future with AI. First, embracing AI as a core industry. Hong Kong's future success relies on our ability to leverage AI to empower our industries. We have good potential. Five of our universities rank among the global top 50 in data science and AI. Supported by a vibrant startup ecosystem, we attract global capital and talent. Our city serves as a convergence point for mainland and international data. To achieve our vision, we will promote more cross-sectorial collaboration among academia, tech, and other industries, enabling AI to integrate widely and unleash its full potential. We also support cross-boundary collaboration on AI-related technologies and applications. Second, nurturing talent for an AI-driven future. Recognizing the importance of early intervention, we are actively promoting STEM education in schools. Recently, in my budget, I engaged several leading technology companies in Hong Kong, of course, including Alibaba, to organize a series of activities for primary and secondary school students. Their activities aim at sparkling students' interest in innovation and technology, full hands-on experience with AI and robotics. We anticipate enriching these initiatives further in the future. Finally, promoting responsible AI development. While AI offers tremendous benefits, it also presents challenges that require appropriate safeguards against misuse. In the financial sector, we have issued a policy statement emphasizing a responsible approach to adopting AI, balancing its benefits against risks such as cyber threats, intellectual property concerns, and data privacy. We anticipate other sectors to similarly establish relevant principles and guidelines tailored to their needs and circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, the profound discussion on AI underscores the importance of today's event. From experts' insight to the innovative pitches by contestants, your contributions will deepen our understanding of this vital area. This collective effort will enhance Hong Kong's thought leadership and raise our profile as an international hub for AI exchange and collaboration. With that in mind, I wish this event a great success and all of you the best of business and health in the time ahead. Knowing that many of you coming from afar, let me share with you that we have 200 Michelin recommended restaurants in Hong Kong, and we impose no duty on wine. So, while working hard, enjoy the wine and dine here, and we also have wonderful trails and beaches. So, spend longer time here, at least until after this Sunday, because a lot is happening, and I hope you have personal experience of these exciting events, and that will bring you back to Hong Kong many more times in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chan, for the insightful remarks. And please be seated. Thank you once again. Coming up next, we would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to all of the parties for their generous support of this year's JUMPSTARTER. Now, everyone, let's invite our officiating guests to join us on stage for a group photo. Ms. Jane Chan, Head of Startups, Invest Hong Kong. Everyone, let's put our hands together and welcome our guests on stage. Mr. Andrew Lee, Executive Director of Alibaba Taiwan Entrepreneurs Fund. Ms. Hilda Chan, Chief Marketing Officer of Hong Kong Science and Technology Parks. Ms. Cindy Chow, Executive Director and CEO of Alibaba Hong Kong Entrepreneurs Fund. Also, Dr. Rocky Cheng, CEO of Cyberport. Mr. Savio Kwan, Director of Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund. Mr. Vincent Ma, CEO of Hong Kong Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Park. Ms. Sabrina Fong, Group Managing Director of Fong Retail Group. Professor Po-Min Lo, Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Regal Hotels International. Mr. Frank Fang, Head of Commercial Banking, Hong Kong and Macau of HSBC. Mr. Alan Zeman, Chairman of Lan Kwai Fong Group. And of course, everyone also put our hands together and invite our guest of honor once again, the Honorable Paul Chan Mo Po, Financial Secretary of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, to join us all on stage for this wonderful, wonderful photo op. Everyone, please prepare for this beautiful picture. It will take a little while as we will have both the photo and the video segments. And everyone, yes, I see that all the mobile phones are up. Perfect. Please hold those beautiful smiles. I know we have like a lot of cameras going on there, so everyone please be patient. Thank you. Wow, what a great way to start today. A lot of exciting things happening. Can't wait to unveil all of this. I know we got a few more photos going up. Should we do one with thumbs up? Yeah, let's do one with thumbs up. All right. Perfect. Hold it for the videos. Yes. All right. Thank you. All right. Everyone, let's give them a big round of applause again. Thank you so much for being with us. Everyone, please be seated. Please be seated, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a very wonderful day that is about to start. Can't wait to hear from all of our speakers, all of the great lessons that we're about to learn, the conducive conversations. Everyone, please be seated. Thank you very much. Please. Wow. Seems like we've got everyone's full attention. Beautiful photo op to start our day. Can't ask for anything more. Be careful. All right. Thank you once again. Thank you so much for being with us. Okay, now let's dive right into our first keynote of the day. Everyone, let's welcome Mr. Steve Nuri. He's the founder and CEO of Generative AI, a leading AI expert with nearly 2 million followers. Now, Steve will share with us his vision on the future of AI, including the shift from automation to intelligence-driven decision-making. Everyone, let's put our hands together and welcome Steve on stage. So glad to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The stage is all yours.
All right. Super exciting. Thanks for having me, Hong Kong. This is the first time for me to be here. It's a pleasure. And I can see a lot of excitement in the room. So I'm going to jump right into this. Talking about the future of AI. But let's talk about the past. In the last 10, 15 years, I delivered maybe 50, 60, 70 keynotes around the world. And I try to always make predictions. Maybe I did like 50 predictions that went wrong. And I'm going to tell you, I had one prediction that actually was right. 2 years ago, October 2022, right at your neighborhood in Singapore, I did a keynote. It was AI the Almighty. I kind of predicted that generative AI is going to come about and is going to change our lives. Oh man, it happened. And for all of you that have used generative AI and ChatGPT, you all know how it is impacting our lives. And so for some of you that have never heard about it, you're going to be safe. Not even Terminator are going to come after you. So don't worry about it. But I'm going to talk about my new prediction. Might sound very interesting, but I only have around 10, 15 minutes to go through this. So I'm just going to jump right into it. After that prediction, I started a company called Generative AI. Now it's one of the largest AI communities in the world. We have 10 million, more than 10 million AI enthusiasts from around the world working together, collaborating, learning, and building. We're going to announce our open source platform soon, so tune in for it. And also, we are looking for some collaborations and investments. But about the AGI and future of AI. You will know probably by now, and all the Sam Altman tweets, that OpenAI is working hard to get there. But there are lots of speculation and skepticism. Right or wrong, a lot of you might have heard about people saying that these large language models are just next token predictors. They're just autocomplete systems on steroids. They don't understand. They do not have a real reasoning mechanism. I mean, they might be right, but the reality is we came a long way. Although some of those mechanisms are not exactly as we know humans would do it, they are delivering the results. Large language models started as a blob, if you think about an analogy, a blob of cells. You have one cell here. It is evolving. We are going through evolution. It started with a big bang. ChatGPT came and everybody just got stunned. But that was just the beginning. We might not hear Big Bang every day. I mean, hopefully it's going to be a smooth ride as the evolution went through. But things going to change. Things going to change. As we are seeing this change, we can probably predict what's going to come next. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the trends, and I'm going to tell you my thinking around where we're going to land with AGI and how we're going to get there. But I'm not going to talk about too much of what large language models are doing. You're going to hear from our keynotes, and they're going to talk about all the great use cases and applications of AI and generative AI. And as you heard from the keynotes already, it is having real value. I know there are lots of buzzwords and people are using it, but that does not discount the value that you're receiving from this. I'm suggesting SIMTO, our path to AGI. It's not a Japanese word, it's just an acronym for some steps that we are going to see, and we are seeing right now, and it's going to get us there. If we had Charles Darwin here looking at these changes, as you can see the pathway, it would just do this. I mean, this evolution is happening already. It might be slow for some people, but oh my God. LLMs are coming almost every month, and we are getting bombarded with new services, new interesting products. I mean, DeepSeek just changed everything, and it came from China. Good job to the team. So, what SIMTO stands for? Let's go through this. Starting with the scaling. Today's theme is AI and sustainability. The way we are growing these AI large language models, it might not be sustainable in future. It is right now taking, companies are spending tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to develop these LLMs. But with new technologies that are already there, and some of them are coming, they're helping us to build it faster and cheaper. Mixture of experts, which was used at DeepSeek and also a couple of other open source models, showed that they are using it. The closed source, we're not sure about, but we have certain we use around those as well. They're using mixture of experts. And what is exactly mixture of experts? Think about like your brain or even the body. They're mixture of cells. They're specialized in certain capabilities. Essentially, we're thinking about experts, right? Mixture of experts that talking and working together seamlessly. And you don't need a blob of AI that would do everything. You just need these experts to be run at the right time, right place, and it would help us to generate these models easier, faster, and cheaper to run. This is super helpful, sparse attention. Also, it's like our brain, right? We try to focus our attention in parts of the conversations and the context that matters. So it will help us to have a bigger memory, and when you're memorizing things, you only memorize the key points. As I'm memorizing my keynote, sometimes I'll try to memorize some key points to make sure that I can go through it all. So it is pretty much the same thing, and other new technologies that are helping. But that doesn't mean the bigger is always better. We need to be also careful of the efficiency. Not all the big organisms live through now. Like you would see one of the examples. So some of these technologies that are helping us to go through this, like QLoRa and flash attention, they're helping us to run these models efficiently. And this is also very important. Again, from sustainability perspective, we don't want to dry our word just to make another large language model, even though we are thinking about AGI, which is going to be awesome, helping us to cure diseases and solve a lot of problems. But the reality is, we need to be better at building smaller, more efficient, and faster, more agile models. And it is going to be a crucial step towards AGI. Knowledge distillation, it is super important to build smaller ones, right? And this distillation is actually one of the interesting ones. You can build smaller models learning from the bigger ones without actually losing a lot of the capabilities and accuracy. And this will help us to recreate smaller models from the bigger ones. You sometimes don't need to retrain and to start from the scratch. The next one, obviously, autonomy. These models are getting better and better. They're better than us in many cases, right? Calculation, memory, and creating some art, text, they're better than human at this point. So just think about your Ferrari getting stuck behind a Toyota Yaris. We don't want to slow down these models. At some point, we need to let these models and AI to start making decisions and act. I know we are all talking about the human in the loop, on the loop, under the loop, whatever terminology that you have heard about. The reality is, because of the competition, we are not going to be keeping these models for very long behind us. In some certain cases, we might want to be, decision makers still in the long term. When it comes to human life or judgment or things like that, it is still a general best practice. The responsibility of AI is making our lives better. So you would like to make this AI to be faster, and AI agents are already doing it. Many agents are already making ads, doing negotiations better than us. And it's not about just action. They're learning by themselves. They're trying to find resources and get the best of the data that can make them trained on new information. So self-RAG is a great way to do that. And synthetic data, essentially, three things are making these models better. We have data, algorithm, and compute power, and essentially the power, the energy. So with efficiency, we're going to get better at energy. With this automation, we are going to also generate data that will be used by AI. And you will think, is it going to be helpful? They're going to generate their own data and consume it. And then yes, the result that research shows that it's actually going to be helpful for an AI model to generate data. And the same model would digest it and learn better from this. So it's a self-reflection. And it's going to be super helpful. Multimodality, it's obvious. I cannot imagine an AI that cannot see this word, cannot understand, cannot listen, right? So this is just pretty obvious, and AI is getting better and better. This is a point that we need to work on a lot more these days, because multimodality is the real key to AGI. Learning from this word, getting access to a lot of data that is not available in the text format. And you would see that image in there. This is probably something that you would easily recognize and count at your breakfast buffet. But believe me, many AI algorithms right now cannot count these fruits properly. Many LLMs have problems. And actually, good job, Alibaba, Q1, that does the great job. It's one of the algorithms, one of the two major LLMs that is able to do the counting properly. Alignment. Okay, this is the trustworthiness is something I added. You don't need it to achieve AGI. You can get AGI, but it's not aligned. And you'll have the paperclip problem. That's not Clippy. Clippy was one of my favorite useless gadgets, but it's actually the paperclip, which is essentially a problem that might arise if the AGI is not aligned. And you all heard about it. But I'm going to talk about what we are doing in order to have more trustworthy AI. And first of all, we all know it's needed, right? We don't want to burn the house to get warm. We want to make sure it's aligned. It's following certain principles. So started by Anthropic, the constitutional AI, they built a model to actually be on top of their long language model to help them to understand what is the outcome that we are expecting. And it will filter through the outcomes. But also a better one is a liner model, which is the one generated by Stanford. It's a model that they sort of trained to learn the residuals between the outcomes that we expect and the ones that are coming out of the model. So it's pretty much similar to us, humans. Part of our brain is thinking and coming up with ideas, and a lot of us will not actually do what comes to our mind. I mean, hopefully it doesn't happen because we're smarter than that. I mean, my brain might say that you should do the breakdance like the guys did in the beginning, but some part of my head, which is hopefully smarter, says, do not do this on the stage now. And I'm not acting on this. So AI needs to be exactly the same. And optimization, as I said, making AI faster, cheaper. It is happening right now. DeepSeek has done it. A lot of other models are now trying to do it very efficiently, building the model faster. And also, this one is specifically about the inference. You cannot have an AGI that costs millions of dollars to run. It is going to make imbalance between companies and countries, which is not the best thing. At the end, if you put them together, the Simto, I believe, that is going to get us to AGI. It's a pathway. It's going to be step by step. It's going to be slow in our current world, which we're expecting everything to happen very quickly, but it is inevitable. It is something that is happening. We are seeing the results, and we are very, very close to this. At the end of the day, when we get to AGI, maybe in a year or two, I'm not going to make that prediction I was asked, and I'm going to be asked again and again. Maybe in a year or two, we're going to get there. But essentially, if it looks like ice cream, and if it tastes like ice cream, if it smells like ice cream, it's probably ice cream. AGI is going to happen very soon. And as humans, it might be actually a little bit difficult for us to identify exactly at what moment and exactly when and where we are going to get there. But it is very obvious that we are getting too close. And I would predict that very soon it's indistinguishable. And this is obviously the slow evolution that is happening in front of our eyes. I'm not too worried about AGI at this point. I'm more worried about NHS, natural human stupidity. Hopefully, we're going to be able to use this AGI in the best way possible and to push this humanity forward. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Steve. And thank you for sharing that fascinating look into the future of AI. Thank you once again, and please be seated. Now, it is our honor to have Dr. Seth Dobrin, another leading AI expert, also the founder and CEO of Quantum AI and the founding general partner of Onefinity Ventures. Now, Dr. Dobrin will explore how AI is reshaping the power dynamics and driving technological colonization. Everyone, let's put our hands together and welcome him on stage. The stage is all yours.
All right. Thank you very much for having me. I'd like to thank the organizers for having me here. It's great to be back in Hong Kong and Asia. It's an honor to be after Steve and right before the great Dr. Lake and Dr. Lake Dai. And so I'm going to talk about technological colonialism, and I'll explain what that is. And at the end, I'll tell you a little bit about my fund, and I'll make an announcement about my fund. So let's jump in. Maybe. The clicker's not working. There we go. It's working now. And so let's just talk quickly about the AI revolution. Steve talked a little bit about this, but this has been going on. It didn't just happen in November of 2022. This has been going on since the mid-50s. The AI revolution happened. It evolved through cycles since the early 50s of winters, springs, and summers, where AI was going. We were going to do great things with it. Then it went out of favor. It came back into favor, and it went out of favor. So we were doing great research. We weren't doing any. And then we started doing some really good things with it again. We developed some really good capabilities in the early 2000s, leading into the mid-2000s, 2010s. We started to really get value from machine learning, if you categorize machine learning as AI. And that's when we started seeing the advent of cloud. So machine learning is really just statistics with when you can really retrain it. And then in 2017 is when we saw the birth of what we're seeing today with ChatGPT and these generative pre-trained models that you're seeing. And that was really where we're seeing this acceleration of AI as we get into this new type of technology. Now, if I knew what Steve was going to talk about, I would have done a different presentation where I countered everything that he talked about. Because I'm very skeptical of this current technology. I think we need different technologies. And that's part of why I started this fund. But we can talk about that some other time. And so what do I mean by technological colonialism? And what are the underpinning drivers of it? And so if you look back to any type of colonialism, there's really what drives that is when there's a technological imbalance between societies. And if you go back to the late 18th century, what you saw between Europe and the rest of the world was that Europe invented three major things that lacked that had technological superiority in three major technologies in total. They had ships, they had cannons, and guns. Now, some parts of the world may have had one or two of these things, but there was no part of the world that had technology of all three of these things that were equal. And so Europe was able to colonize, specifically four parts of Europe, was able to go out and spread their religion, their language, and their culture throughout the world. And what's the result of this? The result of this is that despite the fact that colonial countries, so think England, France, Spain, and Portugal, despite the fact that today they represent only 4% of the world's population, their religion, Christianity, makes up 31% of the world's population. And their languages, so those four languages are four of the top 10 languages spoken in the world. Right? That's crazy. That's because of something that happened 300 years ago, less than 300 years ago. That's the result of a technological imbalance. So what does that have to do today? Before I jump to that, let's kind of lay the groundwork. The groundwork before ChatGPT, before this new technology came into place. And this is a really important launching point for ChatGPT and any kind of pre-trained AI. So pre-trained means there's data that's being based into it. The groundwork of this is that at that point when these models were being trained, there was this huge digital divide, meaning that there were massive parts of the world that did not have really good connectivity to the internet. And by massive parts of the world, think, at that point, the second most populous country in the world, India, the vast majority of it, outside Delhi, Bangalore, and a couple other parts, were not connected to the internet. So the second most populous country in the world did not have did not have connectivity to the internet. What does this mean? This means their data is not represented on the internet. That means their language, their culture, their perspectives, which is their data, is not in the internet. Africa, South America, other parts of ASEAN are not represented on the internet. Additionally, until a few weeks ago, China was not very well represented in the data in these models. Okay? So now, where are we today with technology? And why is that important? So Steve talked a little bit about why it's important. So when these models are trained, what happened was, and what Steve kind of glossed over is, what OpenAI and others did was they went around the internet and they stole off all the data off the internet. They went and they scraped all the data off the internet. That means they sucked all the data, and if your data is not in there, it's not represented in the models. Okay? So that foundation, I forgot to mention it, that foundation. And so now, the analogy I have is we have, what are the technological shifts? The technological shifts are computing, the infrastructure. So, in two parts of the world, and we're going to include China in this now. In two parts of the world, and really, Beijing and Singapore, we have computing power, digital infrastructure, and cloud computing. And really, we have a bunch of white dudes and Chinese dudes in hoodies, and throwing a few Indian dudes in there, developing these models in Beijing and Silicon Valley. That's primarily where these models are being built, with a limited supply of computing power. And then we all know there's a whole geopolitical aspect that I'll get into in a second. And then we have the guns. So now we have data that are the technological guns, and data is an incredibly important critical resource, because without it, if you don't have enough, you can't train these models. Now, Steve mentioned that you can generate data from it. You can use generative AI to generate data, but you need these pre-trained models to begin with to use them to generate data. And so if you don't have the base, you can't generate the data, and you can't generate cultural perspectives. Okay? The other is you have these global disparities. So you don't have the data very well represented from vast parts of the world. Again, you have a bunch of white dudes in Silicon Valley, a bunch of Chinese dudes in Beijing. You do have some models being developed in the Middle East, but it's primarily Chinese dudes in hoodies and white dudes in hoodies and a few Indian dudes in hoodies. Okay? And then you have a collection of practices. Really what this means is you have some tech companies and governments that are deploying data. They're collecting data, so they're just scraping data off the internet. They're violating a lot of privacy policies to just scrape data. Now, there are nations that are starting to employ sovereignty laws and things like that to counteract this. And then finally, we have the cannons. And this is where we start getting into geographical concentration. So I've alluded to this, where we're starting to see a concentration of power. We're starting to see a massive concentration of resources, of compute, of talent, of algorithms. And this is through political means, through other means. We're starting to see corporate control. we've already got a virtual oligopoly being formed. Right? There's really 3 companies that are controlling the vast majority of these resources today. We're starting to see a few cracks in that with the open source movement. But really, really, that creates this whole winner-take-all dynamic where we're in this risk of getting just a very small perspective of what's going on in the world, and a few companies controlling this very important and powerful technology, where if you want to participate in this revolution that Steve talked to and Lake's going to talk about after I get off, what you can really do with this technology, you need to adopt these perspectives of these companies and of these white dudes, Chinese dudes, and Indian dudes in hoodies. And we're already starting to see the trend emerge. The colonial countries, the US and China, represent the 2 most used AI systems. 3 countries, or 3 companies, represent more than 90% market share. 3 countries represent, and I'm underestimating here, more than 75% of the world's talent supply. China, the US, and India represent greater than 75% of the talent supply chain. And this is a massive underrepresentation. Now, I mentioned there's cultural bias, so we're seeing English domination. This was until a few weeks ago. DeepSeek was a great thing because it dragged this whole Chinese perspective into a model that was on par. Alibaba came quickly with their Huan model. And so it's great that we're seeing this whole the different cultural perspective come out. Next week or the week after, we're going to see a model come out of Falcon 3 come out of the Technology Innovation Institute in the UAE. This model is going to have an Arabic perspective. That's great. So we're still starting to see this whole Western or Chinese perspective, which then yields this context challenge. If you have a cultural perspective, you don't understand context. Culture drives context. Bias context. Bias in the West is different than bias in other parts of the world. And there's some parts of the world, like Europe, that are trying to mandate, through regulation, that these providers control bias in these models. That means if you want to use a model that's being used in Europe, you're going to have to adopt a European definition of bias. That makes no sense. Facial recognition failures. There's not a whole lot of black people in this part of the world. Why are you going to make a model worse in this part of the world because you're controlling for something that doesn't exist here? Because when you control for things like bias, you actually have to make the model worse. Translation errors, content moderation issues, these are all issues. There's economic implications of it and things like that. I'm running a little long, so I'm going to jump through here. Sorry. I do want to talk about this. So we have export controls. So we know about the export controls in the US. This is resulting in limited access to foundation models. It's also resulting in bottlenecks in advanced computing and technology transfer bans. Now, there's a couple of things going on in the startup community around this that we're hoping will drive policies that will allow this. There are technological solutions that will be able to underpin treaties that will allow visibility and control that are actually better than bans. And so we're hoping that will remove these bans that we're seeing. And there's some really good responses to this. So there's some really good things you can do. So what am I doing? One thing I do is I set up this fund. We're investing in different things like precision AI systems, edge computing, quantum integration, AI safety and governance. And we're even trying to democratize access to venture funds. And how are we doing this? By lowering the bar to investment and making it easier. And today we're announcing this, it just went out this morning, by being able to directly invest through crypto in an AI fund. This is the first AI fund in the world to allow this. It's an early stage venture fund. And if you want to do this, you can just email us. And if you want to learn more about AI investing, about deep tech AI, you can read my newsletter. Comes out every week, Silicon Sands News. I thank you very much for your time, and enjoy Hong Kong.
Thank you very much for that thought-provoking discussion that we just had. Now, everyone, let's kind of shift gears and turn our attention to the practical applications of AI. Everyone, let's put our hands together for Professor Lake Dai, founder and managing partner of Sexis Venture and also adjunct professor of applied AI at the Carnegie Mellon University. She will discuss how AI is driving innovation, ethics, and strategic impact for CIOs as well as for the CTOs. Everyone, let's give her a warm welcome, please. The stage is all yours.
Hello, can you hear me? Well, thank you for having me here. I talk about, so my name's Lake, and then this one thing that not in my intro, I'm also the first 100 employees of Alibaba. So it's such a pleasure to be here and then to talk about AI that is dear to my heart. So there's one thing that interesting is that we have been talking about AI for over decades. But still, if you look at it, just about 1% believe that AI actually at maturity. We're still at the tip of the iceberg. But is it an adoption issue? Is it a technology issue? McKinsey thinks, through their reports, that it's actually leaders, so who are not steering fast enough. So I came back from NVIDIA's GTC, which is one of the largest AI developer conference in the world last week. So there are a few things I want to share with everyone. One is we believe that AI will be more capable with advanced reasoning. So that means that more efficient, faster, cheaper, and better. The second thing is the type of data. So last 3 years, we talked so much about large language model. And this is just language. So imagine AGI as a human being. So we just developed the mouth. But now we're adding multi-modality. What does it mean? Audio, video, images. So now AGI have eyes, have ears. And what we need to do next is actually connection to the physical world. So that's why a lot of talks this last week at GTC is about physical AI. So how do we connect the AI brain to robotics, to IoT devices, to really connect the real actions? So more autonomous. AI agents, we talk about agentic AI probably for over a year now. But real agentic AI, in our definition, means it's not just the agent prompt engineered through those APIs, but the AI agent actually can autonomously learning through actions, and they can work well together as a crew. So imagine the little ants. The ants actually can understand the world around them, making active reactions, learnings, and they actually can work really well with each other with very low energy consumed. So that's basically another word that we're exploring right now. More risks. I think Seth already talked quite a bit about this. There's a lot of things that we can cover on data privacy and security risk and IP ownership. More political, I'm not going to need to mention here, right? So the launch of DeepSeek actually brought so much conversations. It's not only about, is it about open source versus proprietary models, or is it US versus China? So what I want to share is, as we talk about AI for so many years, so how our enterprise are using AI? So there's so much talk in the past, a focus on AI demos, but what we're seeing right now really is we're at a pivoting moment that all the large enterprises are using AI very efficiently. So Adobe Firefly, for example, is using generative AI for images. So they are the owner of Photoshop, and then we have Microsoft Palette had integrated 360. So I would say my presentation actually is co-work with the Microsoft PowerPoint generator, even though it's not fancy as Seth, but it's really saved me a lot of time. So we also see that how enterprise is using this. Personalization is a good use cases. If you watch Netflix based on your watching pattern and recommend a different type of genre for you. More interestingly is my recent conversation with Netflix is that, so not only they making recommendation of existing shows, but they're actually based on the popularity of the actors and the storylines they're regenerating, right? So you can see a lot of Netflix created shows now is based on the preference of the audience. We also see recommendation personalizations on makeup, AR, wearing glasses. So it's quite interesting that we see that robotics is another area I just mentioned. So this is a warehouse of Amazon, and we know Alibaba also has been using robotics for automations, packing, picking, optimization, delivery routes. And we have a lot of innovations in the sales and marketing space. So how do we help using AI tools to more productively promote sales and marketing? Cybersecurity is another area to prevent, detect, respond, and heal. So one thing I would say that there's so much innovation currently happening in the cybersecurity space. So if you have, one question I ask, have you noticed since ChatGPT launched, you're getting more spams through emails, through text messages, because so much easier to generate content and so much easier to impersonalize. And so we see significant amount more cyber attack associated with generative AI. And when we have AI criminals, you also need AI police. So how brands are using AI? So we talk about all the tech companies and Amazon, Netflix, but now let's look at the traditional brands. So this is just what happened in last year, 2024. You can see all the major brands have been using AI to track fashion trends, to actually create immersive experience, product recommendations, logistics, inventory management. And this is one of my favorite examples because I'm on the board of GIA, which is one of the largest organizations to grade diamonds. If you have diamonds, it's probably a GIA certificate. So in our industry, it's 3,000 years old industry and 100-year-old company. But even for this old industry, we can see that jewelry design is changing. So now you can use the text messages, image to image to generate. User can actually generate those designs. So you don't have to create a design and wait the market to adopt. You can iterate these ideas to see whether you can do pre-sale. When you have enough of momentum, market tractions, you actually start creating. Internal AI tools, that's the other area I would say so many people are using today. It's not surprising, but what we're seeing is what's happening from 2 years ago to now has significant involvement and advancement. So sales planning tool, for example, I showed earlier Salesforce has a sales planning tool, but this is another company called Omni. It's actually in my portfolio, invested by Sankis. So we have the sales planning tools not only generate customized outreach emails, but you can see that for this particular example, the client was trying to reach, the user was trying to reach Snowflake as a client. So what you can see is that they're using the AI-driven algorithm to analyze historical Snowflake sales data, look at the market trends, what they have been talking in social media, look at the financials. And then also you can score the leads. Let's say if you have 20 leads of Snowflakes and other companies, so which one would likely give you more productive introductions, would likely to be the leads you should focus on? Who are they, right? So how do you evaluate your engagement? And then you can analyze the pipelines as well. So this has been a very powerful tool currently being used by clients like NVIDIA, AMD. Marketing copywriting, so a lot of us are using today. And I would say for people who native language is not English, this is an amazing tool to help you speak like a pro. So what's interesting now is not only about content generation, you can see the last items called brand voice consistency. So sometimes we have a large marketing team and you have a team that writing different copies. So how do you keep this marketing consistency? It's very interesting. So this is actually track all your social media posts and to define whether you have a consistency and how it's compared to other brands. Chatbots. Chatbots has been around for a long time, but now we see also quite interesting. So we see a lot of vertical chatbots for healthcare, for companies, and we see a lot of integration of both cloud data, but also proprietary data that being held by the company. So it's funny that when I talk to so many CIOs and CTOs, I ask them, what is the game changer for you as internal tools? Surprisingly, what I got is meeting note takers. Right? So now you have a Zoom call, it's likely you'll probably can see an AI participant as well. So what does it do? So it's not only generate the ultimate transcriptions, but highlight actions, integrate with calendars, assign team members, integrate with Slacks and other internal tools. So what does it bring to you? So when you have AI really penetrated in everyday life, the challenge that we will talk a lot tomorrow is how do we address the model biases? How do we protect data privacy? And who owns the IP? Right? So for UK is the first country determining that AI cannot be the author of IP patents. But what about human assisted by an AI? What about AI assisted by human? So how do we really define, how do we cross the line? So I want to share this new development. So OpenAI has now a government version of API. The reason is the general model, general application, even enterprise level is not able to support the customers who have specific need. For OpenAI Gov, it's really focused on a couple of things. Enhanced security and privacy, access to advanced models, customization, and most importantly, administrative controls. So California, so where I come from, California is another state. So because if you think a lot of the large companies, except for Microsoft, Google, OpenAI, all these companies are actually based in California. As California government in their positions, how do they balance innovation and also regulatory requirements? So there are so many proposed AI regulations here. I can just read a few here. So you can see that we talk about the algorithm, we prohibit the algorithm that disadvantage people based on gender, race, and other criteria. We want to make sure that the AI is compliant in specific areas like finance and healthcare. Education is another very interesting area. Transportation. So what does that leave us? So there's innovation and investment trends, because I wear many different hats. Not only just as an AI professor, I'm also an investor. Sencus is being a top-performing fund in our own chapter. And what we see is that there are so many interests coming to investing in AI, but also there's so much hype on application layer and also in infrastructure layer. So where is everything is going? So the previous speakers actually highlight this already. So what we're seeing is a tremendous amount of compute continue to increase. Since ChatGPT launched in 2022, we already see 100x compute demand to now. So it's only been a little over 2 years. And the other thing we have seen is really involving human and AI relationship. So I want to show one example. So how many of you have heard of Lovable or Cursor or Copilot? Okay, it's good. So I showed this example in my class 2 weeks ago to my students who are Master of Computer Science, Carnegie Mellon, who have spent majority of their life learning programming. What I showed is now, if you want to create an application, for example, pizza delivery, we can do that in 7 minutes. All you need to do is tell them, create a pizza app. Then you can see this in this demo that you start creating, right? And then you said, well, you know, I want pizza delivery. I want to integrate Uber Eats. I want to integrate DoorDash. I want recipes. You don't need to know how to program it. So what you need to do is just communicate through the apps and then start generating. So in 7 minutes, we create this app. So what does it mean for startup ecosystem? So in the past, when we see the AI startup try to build, the process is someone have an idea, hire a brilliant CTO, 2 co-founders, draft the business proposal, and then fundraise, and then you start creating market traction. Now it's complete change. So now seeing more and more startup founders and saying, well, I have this brilliant idea, particularly for consumer. So let me just use Cursor, use Lovable to create applications that are interactive, and let me take it to my customers to see how they use it. And then I have traction, then I fundraise. So this completely changed the startup ecosystem and also changed how we educate students. So all of a sudden, my students tell me they cannot find internships. So if you graduate from Stanford, you graduate from Berkeley, if you graduate from CMU, after so many years of grinding to be a top student, all of a sudden, we're not hiring junior developers anymore. So I would love to explore more of this. I know my time is up. So what I want to show is this is my contact, like that, and you scan the QR code, you will have my contact information. If you want to talk about the future of AI trends, you want to talk about AI education, you want to talk about investment opportunities, just contact me. Thank you again.
Thank you, Professor Dai, for the sharing. Thank you once again. Now, next, we know that AI is revolutionizing startups as well as the corporations, and the role of the chief information officers, the CIOs, is at the forefront of this transformation. And for this, we are extremely thrilled to have 3 distinguished CIOs from leading organizations that will be joining us for an insightful panel discussion. Everyone, let's put our hands together and welcome Ms. Charlotte Wong, CIO at HSBC Hong Kong, Mr. Neil Tompkinson, CIO at U-Mobile, and also Ms. Stephanie Hong, CIO and Director General, Information Technology Department at the Asian Development Bank. Everyone, please join us on stage. And of course, our host for this panel is Mr. Alvin Kwok, co-founder of AIFT. Everyone, let's give them a big round of applause. And please take a seat, everyone. Please make yourself comfortable. And Alvin, I'll hand the stage over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It's really great to see, I think, a very vibrant crowd today. So on the back of a few speakers, we have been talking about trustworthy AI, AI maturity, and multiple various topics. And so I think it is the best time to actually introduce several CIOs who really are at the forefront of execution of this, right? So just a quick introduction of myself and also the panel speakers. My name is Alvin Kwok. I'm the co-founder of AIFT. So AIFT is a cybersecurity and insurance group for some of the future market trends like LLM security, blockchain, Web3 security, and all that. So without further ado, so let me introduce the 3 speakers today. So we have Stephanie Hong, the CIO of Asian Development Bank. We have Neil Tompkinson from U-Mobile. I think you come in from Malaysia, right? So thank you so very much for coming. And also Charlotte Wong from HSBC as well. So maybe let me set the scene for a quick question. So how do you think the role of CIO is evolving with the AI adoption? And like when it comes to the skill set, when it comes to the leadership priorities, how is it different from the past? Maybe let me start with Stephanie.
Sure, thank you, Alvin. First and foremost, I think CIO role has changed over the years. I think in the past, we probably more focusing on the institutional applications, like the ERP, the CRM, and e-commerce platform. As the whole world is moving into more digitalization, we realize that actually there is a way that we can even use technology to change the business model. Think of Netflix, think of Amazon, how they actually have completely changing the business model. So now CIO is actually becoming more at the forefront of the business conversations with many of the stakeholders. So one of the key challenges, from CIO perspective is that how do we actually drive the transformational change across the whole organization? Because many of the business stakeholders, they probably are not familiar with what are the big data, what is AI, and what is machine language, and machine learning, and all this. So we do need to actually prepare our digital leadership. So one of the key important ingredients is that I have been actually working with my key stakeholder to actually develop a program, what we call the Driving Digital Leadership, to really actually help our business leader to understand how technology can change the way they do business, and also even creating new product. So with that, I think it is really a co-creation process, because in the co-creation process, we will identify new opportunities together.
That's really great. So that's on education with different stakeholders. Neil, could you maybe also quickly introduce yourself as well?
Okay, thanks. Good morning. Neil from U-Mobile, a mobile operator in Malaysia. So just in terms of what does this mean, I think IT for a long time, or CIO, is meant to be helping drive the business. This has probably kicked it up another gear. And of course, when ChatGPT and everything comes around it and you have your C-level meetings, the CEO says, right, what are we doing for AI? And turns to look at the CIO and says, so what's the plan? But I think when you go a level down, this is organizational change. What I mean is it's a technology. We've got to try and evolve the technology. There's a people aspect. And there even comes into a governance and security, because as soon as you go to board level and talk about AI, they list risks and what are you doing to mitigate risks. So I think the ecosystem for AI is very big. So we're taking a bit more of a pragmatic approach, but I think it's very exciting, and we as CIOs have got to be pushed of how to do it. So I think it's a CIO job's not an easy job, and this is another challenge that's thrown at us. And I think skill set is actually another thing, because we are driving existing projects and existing business. We can't redirect all those people as well. So we have to think of how do we achieve this and not drop what else is going, because this is almost incremental. So you've got to try and build it in. So I don't think there's a straightforward, easy answer here. I think it's exciting, but it's very big. And I think it was mentioned it's a cross-functional business-wide transformation, not just a technology transformation.
Charlotte?
Thank you very much. First of all, this is Charlotte, CIO of HSBC Hong Kong. Like what Paul was saying earlier in the opening, welcome. This is actually the home of us. Welcome for actually everyone who actually come here. I think it's interesting that if you look at all the emerging technology in the past, so AI is the most current emerging technology, but as a CIO, we have been gone through so many years of bringing emerging technology into our company. If you think about in the days when intellect was invented, we're probably being asked the same question, what's the new skill we need when the digital age comes? So I would say, for all these emerging technologies, CIO has always been a front foot, like what Stephanie was saying, as our CEO and our corporation of how the emerging technology would make sense for our business. And as a CIO, we are normally actually the super excited people when it comes to emerging technology. And sometimes we'll be maybe actually too excited about this technology. So on top of actually what my fellow CIO have been said, I also think using AI in this space of actually why this technology makes sense for the business is super important. So we can't be too excited about the opportunity without knowing about the risks associated with that. Ethical use in AI is a big agenda that I always remind myself of when I introduce this solution to our business. What are the associated risks? Am I making this decision as a human? Am I actually bringing the technology with a trust that actually my customer actually been putting on us? So HSBC has been exists for 160 years. So without the trust by our customer and our stakeholder, we probably won't exist today. So the one angle that I would like to add on top of actually what my fellow CIO have been saying is, as a CIO in this AI time, balance between the excitement of what this technology could do, but also don't forget about the ethical use and the ethical element of actually the AI usage. That would be my addition.
I think it's quite a consistent message. So trustworthy AI, AI maturity, all are extremely important keywords here. So maybe let me dive a little deeper in some of the topics. Neil, well, I know U-Mobile is operating in Malaysia, and Malaysia is a very interesting country that is multi-language, right? So there's English, there's some Chinese, Malay, of course, is the national language. Now, with this multilingual situation, do you think it is adding some complexity to the AI rollout?
Okay, thank you. So when we did a proof of concept last year, and one of the objectives was the language reliability. From a support, we actually only support English and Malay because Chinese is not big enough to add the complexity in for right now. But there's a third variation, which is people mix the two languages up, so quite often just move between the two languages. So we had to support what we call Menglish, which is Malaysian English as well.
We have English.
Yeah. And we have Chinese.
Yes. So I think because people are so bilingual, it's actually quite easy to move between the two languages. So I think we managed to achieve very good results. I know, Alvin, you did mention of risk of non-English being not as safeguarded, but the approach we're taking is human in the loop. Because I suppose IT, and then when we went to upper management and board level, they were not confident on direct to customer any first initiative. So it is AI in the loop, and it's assistant, a co-pilot to the contact center agent to make them better and faster. So I think we safeguarded in that way, and through the next sort of 6 months, we'll learn a bit more and then evolve from there. But so far, those three combinations we're able to manage.
Well, this is a very important point. Or maybe to add some context to what Neil just mentioned. So we actually did a white paper on the safety and security for certain models, right? Foundation models, be it OpenAI, DeepSeek, Quan. Like when it comes to English, like the attack success rates is much lower. But when it comes to non-English at the moment, the attack success rate is just substantially higher. So I think that is something that, of course, over time, I do think that some other language like Chinese is going to improve over time. But I think when it comes to languages where there's less data, right, the data size is much smaller and stuff like this, I think there's something that is indeed a very important point to look at. So I think as a start, human in the loop, indeed, this might be a good solution to go. So maybe let me now, may I ask Ms. Hong, Asian Development Bank, so what are the unique challenges that public sector CIO, like, Asian development is on the public sector side. So when you adopt AI, so what are some of the unique challenges, and how would you balance the innovation with accountability and also transparency in your organization?
Yeah, sure. So Asian Development Banks traditionally actually is to provide a lot of the sovereign financings for many of the infrastructure projects, whether it is a building road, whether it is a building a port and a hospital and school. Our traditional approach is really in a way that is dealing with the government officials. And gradually, we actually also realized that many of the developing member countries are also actually have the ambition that they wanted to participate in the new digital realm. For example, they will reach out to us and say that, okay, we do need to have, the core infrastructure, which is in the next session, I will talk about how do we actually bridge the digital divide, especially with connectivity and electricity. But at the same time, I think the second question, which is closer to my heart, is how do we actually build up the digital literacy and capability in the developing member country? So there are a few things that we also need to watch out for is affordability. Because in the modern world, in the modern city, I think everyone will have at least, for me, I have 3 phones, So this is a kind of the new style that we will have. However, in some of the rural area, especially women, they don't even have a phone. So how do we actually address some of these affordability issues, to make sure that they can use, and also that have, that kind of a training to work with. And we also looking at, some of our work. No matter how many hospital, road, and school that we have built, if there are natural disaster, say flooding, let's say a typhoon and a major disaster, actually most of the thing would disappear. So over time, I think as a development bank, we shifted our focus towards on climate change. How do we actually encourage the governments to look at climate adaptations, projects, or climate mitigations project? I think the buzzword, many of the people would talk about renewable energy investment. However, in the developing country, the energy transition is more important than just investment in the renewable energy, because many families still rely on the traditional, fossil fuel and all this oil and gas industry. So we need to actually have a energy transition mechanism. And that comes to our second shift, which is we have to mobilize private sector investment, what I call co-financing. Our target is to actually to be able to raise, 100 billion for climate finance by 2030. And if we were able to actually leveraging on the private sector co-financing, even just take 1-on-1 ratio, we can raise 200 billion into some of the climate finance projects. So that is the second piece. And then the third piece is really come to the digital transformation piece, is that how do we actually help the developing member country to actually build up the foundation layer, which is really the connectivity, electricity, computing, and mobile capability. And then the next level, it is really about policy, regulations, capability, and skills development. And then on top, you do need to have some what we call the digital public infrastructure, such as identity, registry, because this will help enable the e-government services and data sharing platform. And we are also advocating what we call the regional public good, is that many small countries, they will not be able to have the resources, expertise, and financial resources to actually build up the capability. So how do we group them together to support them? So we have our Central Asia Regional Cooperation Program. We have our Pacific Islands Regional Cooperation Program. And these are what we call the digital public good, that we can actually build things on top. For example, some of the things that we are doing related to climate change, intelligence, analytics, and all this. We now would be able to actually do flooding and weather changes, forecasting, and we can actually advise the government in terms of how they can actually do coastal protection, glaciers melting protections, and all the other things. So that is the work that we have been doing. Not just private sector, but also engaging the private sector to go on to our mission.
Thank you. That's really, really meaningful. Thank you so much. So may I direct a question to Ms. Wong? So HSBC has 41 million customers across 58 markets, right? Now, this volume of data obviously is going to be very helpful to improve the LLM accuracy and the model training and all that. But then there's also local regulation as well, right? So how would you balance the two factors as a CIO?
Very, very good question. So don't be too excited. That's like a moment where my excitement have to also balance by the risk profile, right? All this actually local regulation on, so I think what we actually mean here is a cross-border data transfer and actually data localization regulation. They all exist for a reason, a good reason of actually that particular jurisdiction. When we look at, it's very excited that we have all these data, but when we take a step back is AI could not success actually without a proper data. And then with actually a proper data, actually data governance is super important. I'm sure actually Stephanie actually will share that with me as well from a public sector point of view. So we look at that is always take a step back is even before LLM, before Gen AI, before AI, we have put in place a very robust data governance. So even when we use the data internally without training the LLM model, what are the data governance that we have to follow? Data governance actually would mean how we classify the data, whether they're public, private, or internal, restricted, how the data should be stored, how the data should be moved, and how the data should be used as well. So not every single piece of data the customer actually grant us the consent and the user to use to Cheng LLM, for example. So before we have that very excited and saying the opportunity of using data to Cheng LLM model, take a step back and look at our data governance. So we always have our data governance actually support as a foundation of all the transformation and all the innovation we do. Otherwise, like what I said in the beginning, if we lose trust of our customer, then we're no longer a bank. We're a bank, except based on the trust actually that people give us. So I would say, to answer your question, it's not a balanced act. It's almost like data governance first, regulation first, before we actually look at the opportunity of the train the model.
Perfect. So now I want to kind of wrap up the session and ask a question for everyone. And this is extremely important. So do you anticipate the generative AI products to actually move into production phase in 2025? Well, because obviously, like POC is pure investment, right? It's only production stage that you can really reap the benefits of, the investment to get into productivity. And what are the obstacles, if there's any, and how do you plan to address these obstacles to get generative AI product into production phase?
Sure. So one of the things that we have been actually working on is to set up the governance for using AI. So we do actually have a whole of 1ADB's AI working group and also subcommittee. And these are the key business stakeholders who actually then determine what kind of use case that we can actually use. And second piece that we have been actually working on is what we call the responsible use AI framework. And this responsible AI framework actually we have learned from the ISO, we learned from NIST, and also UN in terms of and EU in terms of the responsible AI. So we set out actually there are 8 principles that we will follow. For example, people and planet first. Whatever we do, we need to actually watch out for unintended consequences and harms that caused by AI. So we need to actually put our head on people and the planet first. Then second piece, which is I think Charlotte mentioned about data. So we need to actually looking at privacy, protections, and data integrity. Third one, it is more to me, I think, is what we call the fairness and inclusiveness. Because, human, we actually have biases. So if you are using some of the past data to actually train your AI, what happens if the past data actually have biases? So are we going to automate, the biases into the AI recommendation? So we need to watch out for fairness and inclusiveness. Of course, all comes with other things like security, safety, reliability. Because some of the AI potentially will actually have been used in some of the environment that could be autonomous. So we need to actually do a very thorough, what we call the risk impact analysis, whether there are financial harm, whether there is a human harm, environmental harm, and then based on the product probability, we have to actually make a very conscious decision on whether this use case is should be able to go live. So that is some of the things that we are looking at. Of course, the last one, I think it is you mentioned about accountability and transparency, because when we build up the model, we need to be able to explain to people how we develop the model, even though sometimes I could explain LLM to the business holder, but they may not know exactly the technical detail. But we have to share with them that, hey, look, currently the way we do is temperature is 0, meaning is that this system do not hallucinate, because we have to use all the source of the data as references. So those are the things that technically, from a system card perspective, you can actually implement certain things. So that is how we are doing it. And we actually come up with this, what we call the risk and assessment tools. For every single use case, we will have to go through this assessment in order for us to actually productionalize on the AI use case. So that's a few things that I think it is a key important effort that we are doing.
Okay. Look, for me, 2025 is about us doing something that works and demonstrate value. So we're going to focus on getting the contact center transformed, because when we worked with the contact center, we saw that fundamentally the contact center business and the way they operate has probably not changed for 10 years. Still very people intensive, still lots of churn, lot of training, not sure of the quality of the person, spending a lot of time trying to make sure that we have an army overseeing the contact center agents. And all of that is fundamentally very manual. So we've come up with a model with the contact center on how the agent can now become productive earlier, because they will have an assistant. We don't need such an army to oversee the people. The QA team would be smaller, overseeing the AI results. We would actually know the quality of every call and the customer satisfaction. Today we rely on a end of call survey where customer volunteers. So we also, besides getting more efficiency, trying to show that we can fundamentally make the contact center much better business. So that's our objective for this year. In parallel, we're sorting out a lot of the other things. I mean, for us, the data privacy is the key concern under PDPA. In terms of the ethics side and that, we're making sure that through this, the message be no one's losing their job. We're actually reskilling, redeploying people into the contact center to the other roles. The contact center was heavily support. We're switching a large percentage to sales. They're actually quite happy because they get basic plus commission now. So the business is sort of pulling us along, which is quite nice. We're not fighting it. So I think our objective is by the end of the year, we can tell a story where we've added value, and then we can really push on to the next phase.
Charlotte?
Well, one important step to actually move from POC into production is whether something is scalable. Super important. And in order for something to be scalable, from an AI point of view, we would need to be able to explain the model. So what actually the result actually coming out is actually a human explainable actually result. In order to do that, when we do all our POC project on AI, any pilot user who actually sign up for the pilot of that use case have a responsibility to send back feedback to the model. So this is actually the whole feedback loop. And I'm very actually happy that actually one piece of actually from POC to production that we could really put, don't be too excited if you're a customer, not a customer-facing solution yet, but actually more internal use to actually use AI generator actually assist the code generation. So as a CIO, when actually we actually use Gen AI to actually a copilot to help us to do code generation, I still have to go for all my testing. So my explainability actually happen in the testing, not in the fun. So that's actually something that we're actually very comfortable that we could actually scale in production. So that's actually what we're doing.
Fantastic. I think we have a very fruitful panel. And maybe let me recap. I've been to JUMPSTARTER events for many years. And I remember 2 years ago, I think people are still talking about how smart the AI is. It's not smart enough. It's not for production phase. Last year, people doubt on the unit economics. And of course, we all know what happened in the last few months about like the cost of computing, the cost of AI has dramatically improved. I think this year, interesting enough, I think the first 4 or 5 panels and also keynote speakers are all about responsible AI, data governance, and all that, security. So I'm really looking forward that this is something that in the coming 12 months' time, by the time we come back next year, it's going to be something that we really address it in a meaningful way and really can take this into production stage that everyone is going to benefit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of our panelists for this wonderful conversation. And can I please invite everyone to take a step forward and take a photo before you alight the stage? And thank you, Alvin, for being our moderator. Right, just a moment. Just make sure we have a photo to capture this special moment. There we go. Perfect. Thank you very much. Everyone, let's give them a big round of applause again. Thank you for that wonderful conversation. Next up, we will hear from Ms. Stephanie Hong. She is the CIO and Director General of Information Technology Department at the Asian Development Bank, who will explore whether AI and tech development will bridge, or rather it will widen the development and wealth gaps between the countries. Everyone, please welcome her back to the stage. Stephanie, please. Oh, careful.
Thank you.
All right, take it away.
Sure. Will AI and tech development bridge or widen the development and wealth gaps between countries? I think that is the core of the questions that this morning I shared earlier on. If you look at history, there are few inflection points that general purpose technology had actually made significant changes and impact on the economy. If you look back the history, look at internal combustion engine, there are actually few automobile, aeroplane, and many other things. That is actually a general purpose technology. Think of computer. It is also a general purpose technology. Now, come AI, again, this is actually a general purpose technology. With each of the general purpose technology, there are a tech stack that people can work on. And with the tech stack, actually that will create many, many new kind of jobs. At the same time, there are old jobs actually will be displaced. However, I want to point to you the significant differences this time. If you look back the history, the first industrial revolutions, you can think of the steam engines, the combustion engine. It actually created, huge economics growth, and that spanned about 100 years. The next span is actually the computerization. Think of how we actually automate internet reservation, banking, and many other things. That computerization era lasts about 50 years. Then come with a digitalization where people are changing the business model, like the Netflix, like the e-commerce, and all this are actually shifting again. And that lasts about 22 years. Do you see what is coming? The speed are actually changing. From 100 years, now 50 years, the mega change. And then another 20 years, mega change. And what will happen to AI? In the next 10 years, there will be many jobs would change. And this is the speed that I want everybody to pay attention to. And it is very important. We do not have time to wait for things to happen now. We have to act together. So, of course, I think many people that in the beginning of the sessions this morning, we talk about what are the opportunities. There are productivity gains, new job creations. There are also AI power tools and conversational chatbot. So I share with you, in the past, when we're trying to educate the rural farmer how to use a technology to increase their crop yield, language is always a barrier. But now, with generative AI, we can actually we have conversed with the farmer with their local languages. And they can actually get insight how they should actually plant their seed, how they can actually improve on their irrigation, and how they can actually improve yield. Not only that, we also help them to connect with the supply chain so that they can actually have a faster way of shipping their crop yields to the market. So that is the power of generative AI. Then come second piece. Can you imagine in the rural area, there are not enough teachers, not enough of doctors. And with AI, you can actually have an AI tutor to help the kids in the rural area to learn things on their pace. And not only that, with telemedicine, telehealth, many of the doctors can actually do the remote consultation for the very remote villages area. So AI does come with some benefit, and it will actually help to increase on the economic growth. However, in the whole world, there is a differences between rural and urban area. Just take a look at this ITU's chart. 2.6 billion people are still not using internet. Think of the gap between the rural area and the urban area. 43% of the rural are using the internet, whereas 83% of the urban area can access internet. That is huge differences. Meaning is that 1.8 billion of rural population do not have access to internet. And you can see the drastic differences between high-income country versus low-income country. So we still have a lot more work to do. So what are the widening factors? Unequal access to electricity and internet connectivity. Because every time you talk about connectivity, you need power. So how do we actually make access to electricity and connectivity? Second, I mentioned about affordable use of the internet, mobile, and computing resources. Inadequate AI and digital skills, whether it is expertise or developing the people. And then the last one, I think it is really about lack of regulatory framework in the developing member country. And this comes with a lot of price. For example, how do we actually protect the vulnerable communities, the privacy? How do we actually help the different regions, for intertrade? And all these are actually lack of regulations. How do we share data? How do we actually have data protection? How do we even have data protection and digital sovereignty within the developing member country? So those are the things that we need to actually pay attention to. Of course, I think previous panel speaker that talked a lot on, the challenges and the risk consideration. The first one, it is really about the ethical implication. Don't automate biases. Financial and brand and reputation risk. How do we use AI responsibly. Second, copyright, IP right, misuse, misinformation. Do you know that with generative AI, there are more scams, there are more phishing, there are deep fakes, and all these are causing a lot of societal issues and digital crime. And this is a kind of things that we need to watch out for. Then third, it is really about privacy protection, data protection and security, cyber security risk. If you think that the good people are able to use AI, what do you think of the bad actor? They will use AI even more smartly than us, right? So those are the things that we need to actually be aware of the adversaries, how they are using AI to actually launch attack. And then the last one, I think it is really closer to my heart, is really about the skill gap. How do we help upskilling, whether it's the current profession or the future generation? Does our education need to reform? In fact, I heard of a university already training lawyer, not just on the law, but also training the law student how to use generative AI. That is the kind of a reform that we need to start thinking about education reform and prepare our next generation for new job creation. And how do we actually bridge that? There are a few things we can talk about. Investment in the infrastructure, core infrastructure, government services, digital skills and literacy, policy, regulatory framework, digital public good, and finally is a partnership eco-development. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephanie, for that presentation. Please take a seat first. Now, everyone, we will explore this topic just a little bit further as Stephanie will later guide us through the upcoming session. Now, we are privileged to hear from two esteemed thought leaders who will be joining us to share their insights on this very critical issue. Now, joining us are, and I need everyone to put our hands together to welcome Mr. Mohammed Asfar Hassan, founder and chairman of Nutshell Group, Pakistan's former Minister for Investment. Let's put our hands together and welcome him on stage. And also Mr. Anna Ekbold, Director General of Payment Systems Department at Bank of Mongolia. Please join us on stage. And of course, Stephanie, can I please have you join us on stage again? Everyone, please make yourself comfortable, as this will be a wonderful discussion.
Hi.
Thank you. Everyone, please be seated.
Sure.
And I will hand the stage over to you once again.
Sure. Thank you. So me again, and but this time I have two very important, panel speakers from Pakistan and Mongolia to share about their perspective. So maybe I will start with the macro level type of, questions. So basically, I think we have seen AI and tech development have actually making a lot of headway in the developed country. And I would like you to share with us briefly, describe the tech landscape and AI landscape in Mongolia, and what are the key strengths and challenges? What do you see, the risks and the opportunities?
Thank you so much and having us. And Mongolia is, of course, the huge country, 1.5 million square, and then these people, 3.5 million people lives. And then we have almost half of the population lives in the city, capital city. And those people are more close to that digitalization and close to the getting more service to the any other way. And of course, we have and digitalization is we have to involve especially the government side, and we have to involve much, and also to invest so much. And and the AI is quite a new topic for especially the government and banking sector and the central bank. And then how we learn, how we use, and how we use for the other people or other customers, and we think. And of course, we have big challenges, and any other country, any other developing countries have the same issue, same challenge. Of course, the data protection and privacy things. But if we pass through that, and then we have more opportunity to use in AI, and especially that the developing country as Mongolia. Also the Ministry of Digital and Development in Mongolia also helped by UNDP for leading in AI and also the digitalization for the Mongolia.
Thank you, and go to you, Mohammed. We speak last night talking about some of the major development in Pakistan. Would you like to share with us some of the tech development in Pakistan? What do you see key areas and priorities that you are working on? At the same time, what are the risks and challenges that you are dealing with?
Thank you, Stephanie, and thanks to Alibaba Entrepreneurship Fund for inviting me here. Let's talk about Pakistan. So Pakistan is an untold story, and Pakistan is not another emerging market dabbling in technology, but we are actually strategically positioning ourselves as the landscape for global innovation, fueled by unique, combination of talent, opportunity, and rising entrepreneurship is steady. So we should understand first about the data points for Pakistan. Today's population of Pakistan is 250 million. And out of 250 million, 65% population is under 30 years of age. By 2047, in next 22 years, this will cross 400 million. So with a population of 250 million, we are the world's 5th largest nation. And there's a huge bulk. So as far as the freelancers are concerned, Pakistan is the 4th largest freelancing country in the world, with a population of 3 million freelancers, individuals working globally. And as far as the overall digital infrastructure is concerned, in last few years, there is a realization and there is a strong collaboration between the government, industry, academia, and the civil society. So gradually the landscape is changing. The current number of IT export is $4 billion, which is actually not a very healthy number, but by 2030, we are aiming and realistically aiming $30 billion our export in next 5 years. So the government initiated steps accordingly. So the global venture capital funds are looking for Pakistan. They are already investing in Pakistan. We are here in the Alibaba event. In the last 4 years, Alibaba invested in 2 major organizations in Pakistan. They acquired the operations of Daraz, which is an e-commerce company with the headquarters in Singapore. And last year, they acquired the EasyPesa Telenor Bank. Telenor was actually a Norwegian bank in Pakistan, and now the major shareholder is Alibaba Group and Financial. And this is the story of other players also. For example, one of the venture capital Orbit invested in last 7 years in 25 startups, and they recently finalized 5 more investment for the year 2025. Same is the case of multiple other venture capital, and majority of the investments are happening in the tech and AI space. So in recent 3 or 4 years, there was a $1 billion investment in AI-backed startups, and the annual projection is 30% from 2025. And we are expecting realistically that with the increased collaboration, with the better policies and the digital infrastructure, we are expecting year by year more growth in the number of 30%. So there are opportunities for tech investors. There are opportunities for tech practitioners, the AI practitioners, because of our population size, because of the overall infrastructure the government already created and further enhancing. So for example, agriculture is a big space, and agri-tech is a big opportunity for the investors as well as for the practitioners. So 70% of our population is based in rural areas, small villages and towns, and there is a huge population, and 70% of our economy is based on agriculture. So with the advancements, Many of the international organizations are exploring Pakistan. Few of them already invested in Pakistan, and the overall ecosystem is building on a sustainable manner. Same is the story of the healthcare. So because of the huge population size of 250 million, the e-health is a big opportunity. There are multiple startups and there are multiple organizations in Pakistan, local as well as the foreign organizations who are working in Pakistan. And year by year, in last 5 years, we experienced the phenomenal growth in this sector. So we are expecting more and more growth in the health sector. Then education is a big area. As I mentioned, the 65% population is under 30 years of age. So EdTech is a big opportunity. The global size of EdTech industry in 2023 was $250 billion. And the projection is that by the end of December 2027, the size will be $400 billion. So countries like Pakistan are the biggest markets for this EdTech revolution, the EdTech investments, and the opportunity for all the EdTech players to visit Pakistan, to interact with the right players, to interact with the government. And government is fully capable to facilitate all these investors. There is another huge opportunity for the tourism, because one of the most beautiful places in the world are located in Pakistan. The mountains, the lakes, the Arabian Sea, from Karachi to Gwadar, we are just the neighbors of the Middle East. So there is a huge opportunity for e-tourism. And I mentioned about the Daraz owned by Alibaba. So one of the another startup was Careem, now owned by the Middle Eastern investors. So Careem is Pakistani story. The Pakistani entrepreneur Mudassir Sheikha initiated this story, and the Middle Eastern investors acquired last year, 2 years back, in $3 billion. So there are other stories as well, like Baikia is working. The ride-hailing companies like InDrive, Yango are operating in Pakistan. So there are opportunities apart from the e-commerce in security and some other spaces also.
Yeah.
We should understand that Pakistan's strategic location is important. We are epicenter of 5 billion people in our surroundings. The entire Asia, the Middle East is here, and the Africa. So here is an opportunity, and with the growing entrepreneurial mindset and the overall infrastructure. One more thing I want to share, that Government of Pakistan, the Ministry of Information Technology and Telecommunication, established 7 national incubation centers. And these incubation centers are operating in 7 different cities in 4 provinces of Pakistan. And the entire concept is to nurture the entrepreneurship, to support the startups already working in Pakistan, and the mentoring of the youth and mentoring of these startups. Because year by year, with these policies, the strong collaboration between the government, between corporate, the industry overall, the academia and the civil society, the digital landscape is rising. So we are actually producing 75,000 engineers every year, 50,000 computer science graduates, 30,000 medical doctors, 100,000 business graduates annually. And the current population of the IT professional is 1 million. So we are producing this engine, we are producing this foundation. And actually this will drive the AI and digital landscape in Pakistan in the future.
Very good, very good. Thanks for the comprehensive, sharing on the landscape in Pakistan. I feel like I'm taking a journey to Pakistan already. So coming to you, Anand, talking about startup, what do you think the role of the startup, the local and international, organization, how they can actually continue to invest in Mongolia, and how do you see which are the key sector that you believe that we will have a good shot at developing tech and AI in Mongolia?
Yes, as I mentioned, the Mongolia is a very young, few people, and especially young country, and almost 60% of population under 35 years old. and then people like to adapt digitalization quick. For example, like almost last like 5-6 years, we did the payment system modernization program founded by ADB also, and then especially that the payment side of the Mongolia is almost 98% of transaction through the digital, no human using, and which means that people more like using the cashless society, and also that AI is a new thing for us, and then I think the AI more like focusing on work with the scoring or the different, because also the risk about the data securities. But yeah, in Mongolia, very as I mentioned, younger country, and then people who wanted to like invest in Mongolia, especially the startup fintech area, is a big opportunity to do it, because the people like to use the digital and very hungry for the digitalization.
Yeah, I must say I have met with many of the delegates from Mongolia. They are very young and they are also very ambitious, and which is I like the most, because they are so eager and they are so hungry, try to make a difference for the countries. Thank you. So maybe coming to our last closing question, for the audience who may be interested in supporting AI and tech development in the emerging industry, what advice would you give on how they can effectively contribute their funding and resources and initiative in Mongolia?
Yes, our main income is, of course, the mining sector. And then people, if they like to invest to Mongolia, of course the mining. But the second and third biggest is going to be like tech, digital, especially the financial side and banking sector as well. And people, maybe they're more appetite on that side, I think, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And how about from your perspective?
As I mentioned about the data points of Pakistan and the overall landscape, so one thing I want to share that our IT companies, our tech companies are now very much active in the Middle East market also. So UAE market was already covered, but now recently in the last 4 or 5 years, because of the rising story of Saudi Arabia and because we feel that Riyadh is the most happening place in the world today as far as the business and economy is concerned. The Saudi Arabian market is growing. So many of the organizations from Pakistan, over 50 organizations, established their offices in Saudi Arabia. So they are acquiring the business from the region, not only from the Middle East market, but from the Asian, African market as well. And the back offices are all in Pakistan. So this is one area where actually we are receiving good fundings, and this is good for our economy as well. And same is the case that many of the investors I mentioned about the Alibaba, but the China investors from China are actually very much operating in Pakistan. They are investing in more and more. China is the biggest FDI investor in Pakistan. So another point is about the region that as far as the investment landscape is concerned, globally, the shift happened already in the last 10, 15 years. So the major regions for the investment are Asia, Middle East, and the Africa. So the countries rising from here, like Vietnam is a good story now. Hong Kong, China already working, but Singapore, Malaysia, and many countries in Pakistan, many countries in Middle East, like Saudi Arabia is a story. UAE story is good. The Qatar, Oman is rising now. And many countries in Africa. So the future is Africa and Asia. So people are investing, the West also investing here. Many of my Western friends are now based in Middle East. Earlier they were based in Hong Kong. So these are the markets they are exploring. And in this entire region, countries like Bangladesh, countries like Pakistan, countries like India, they are the good opportunities. So this story is good, and what government of Pakistan is doing to facilitate the investors, they created the Special Investment Facilitation Council, This is whole of government approach. And with our Board of Investment, which is actually the investment ministry, which I served as the minister as well. So in collaboration with these two organizations, this is one window operation for any investor. And what we are observing that apart from the traditional industries, the majority investments and majority, investors are coming to explore for the digital landscape. And one major area is the transportation also. As I mentioned, on the roads in the large cities, the InDrive, the Yango, and other operators are already working. But Pakistan Railway is a big opportunity because of the population size and the daily passengers, thousands and thousands of passengers. So, this digitalization is part of almost every sector, and this is actually nurturing the overall landscape for the citizens of Pakistan. So treat Pakistan as the investor destination, and also to explore the work opportunities from Pakistan, because many of our large-sized corporations, many of our government entities are also engaging not only the Pakistani organizations, but through tender and through competition, through bid, they are engaging the foreign players also. And here is an opportunity for AI players, for AI companies to, engage the business from Pakistan. So this is my view on the subject.
Thank you very much for both Anand as well as Mohammed. I can see the ingredient of key success is really about ambitions, dreams, people, and the capital. And more important, I think, is the ecosystem where we actually connect and collaborate and co-create for the future. And I'm very sure that we will be able to bridge the digital divide in due time. So thank you very much.
Let me share one more point with your permission, that out of 250 million population, 150 million population is using the mobile phones. 150 million is a big number. And because of this, the government of Pakistan last year awarded license to 5 digital banks. So there is, this is one bank is Easy Paisa, owned by Ant Financial Alibaba Group. Yep. This is the biggest bank. They are already operating in Pakistan and started their operations. So this is also another area that people in the remote areas also, small villages and towns, they are actually digitally equipped with the mobile phone in their hands, yep. And they are using all the apps and all. So this is actually the baseline, the foundation, where is a guaranteed opportunity for all the investors.
Thank you very much for your passion. And I'm sure for those of you who are interested in investment in Mongolia as well as in Pakistan, please, after the session and reach out to them separately. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that insightful discussion. Can I please invite everyone to take a small step forward and take a photo before you alight the stage? And thank you, Stephanie, for being our moderator. Thank you. That was wonderful. Thank you very much. Just a few more photos. All right. Everyone, let's give them a big round of applause again. Thank you very much to our panelists. And Stephanie, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now, it is time for the lunch break. And during this time, we will invite you to go near the entrance to enjoy the immersive audiovisual performances that are by Public Visuals. And they are a group of media artists, musicians, as well as visual creators. And some of them have flown all the way to Hong Kong from Japan to deliver a truly captivating experience for all of us. And also, please do not forget to visit the startup booths, the overseas delegation, and the experience zone, where you'll find the pilotless passenger-carrying eVTOL aircraft robots on display. And also Horizon 25, a stunning 3D audiovisual video installation. And everyone, please pay attention as we will reconvene at 2 p.m. for an exciting lineup of keynotes and talks by esteemed entrepreneurs and industry leaders. Until then, everyone, please do enjoy your time exploring the event, and we will see you soon at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin any moment now, so can I please invite everyone to please take your seat as we will begin immediately here on the main stage. Thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Did everyone enjoy the lunch break? Show of hands, thumbs up. You enjoyed it? Made some new friends? Great, awesome. Now, I just want to say I hope you enjoyed everything, and this is the beginning of the second half for today, as we are extremely thrilled to kick off this afternoon session with a keynote from a true visionary. That's Mr. Song Hai-si, and he is the founder and CEO of Plaza Premium Group. Now, Mr. Song is a legendary entrepreneur who has completely transformed the global airport hospitality scene. Now, today, he will take us on a journey into the future of hospitality, where innovation and cutting-edge technology will come together and create unforgettable experiences. Everyone, let's put our hands together and give him a warm welcome and board the stage and give us our segments here. Everyone, Mr. Song, it's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you.
The
Thank
stage
you
is
so
all
much.
yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? That's great. Have you had a lunch? No. Oh my God. Normally after lunch, nobody will go to sleep because too much sugar in your body. So I hope that you will not sleep, okay? If you sleep, I will shout loud, and so that you will listen to what I talk, okay? Well, first I want to see, do you know this brand or not? Plaza Premium Lounge. Anybody know about this brand? Please lift your hand, please. Or more important, have you used the facility? If you have not, after listening to this, you do not know what you miss in the airport. Okay, you must try. Okay? So let's start my presentation. Actually, Plaza Premium Lounge, okay, we pioneered this product, and we started with this. Any entrepreneurs, when you talk about crisis, everybody's so scared. All right? Even you don't have a strong stomach, you will be in trouble. when you listen to crisis. Any entrepreneurs. But, ladies and gentlemen, I love crisis. Why I love crisis? Let me tell you why. Because look go analyze what is crisis first. When you have a crisis, normally, very simple, mismanagement, yeah, misalignment, okay, then miscommunication or misjudgment. That is also main root of the crisis. What genesis of crisis that happen, it will give you what, to me, when crisis happen, I'm so happy. You know why? They give me what I call inefficiency gap. Okay? When there's an in our aviation industry, it's called there's a lot of pain point when there's a crisis happen. Okay? But to me, why I love crisis, because I believe, and through my working experience in my entrepreneurial journey, I always find that crisis give you new opportunity. But obviously, crisis give you new opportunity, it doesn't fall from the sky. First, there are a few things that you have to know. Have to ask yourself as an entrepreneur, where is your weaknesses, where is your strength? When the crisis hit, then you know where to grab them. So in here, I sort of give a very basic analysis, where for me, why I love crisis. First, I'm not a genius person. When I walk around today, I see so many Jesus and so many genius people in here. And I'm not well connected. I have limited resources. Okay? I love work-life balance, where I only work few hours and I want to enjoy more hours of leisure. But if you have that kind of characteristic, wow, it's very hard for you to become a very outstanding entrepreneur. But if you want to be an outstanding entrepreneur, these are the things that you must have. You must bold enough. You must you have to be innovative in your vision. You must persistent and resilient. Okay, you must have passion and committed. Anything you must have a good commitment, and you must dream big. When you dream big, you have forward thinking, and you like it or not, you want to be a good entrepreneur. Don't talk about work-life balance. You're talking about work-life integration. Work is your life. Life is your work. You may not like it. This is the way it is. If you want to be an entrepreneur, you have to be that way. This is a sort of the premises that I'm going to do my presentation, actually. So if you face any crisis, okay, you have to focus on your personal strength, which I mentioned just now. Power observation, why the crisis happened, and resilience and passion. Okay, and adventurous. You have to be an adventurous explorer. Dream big and explore uncharted routes. The final result, if you do that, you have that kind of characteristic, you're always prepared to challenge and stay the core. And able to find a new business opportunity based on calculated risk, okay? Because you observe all the time, you can do the calculated risk, and on the future trend to disrupt the industry. Entrepreneur, you must prepare to disrupt the industry. If you change for the change, yes, you will success. But if you want to be a leader, you have to lead the change. But lead the change, you must disrupt the status quo of the business. These are premises that before my presentation, these are premises that I want to share with all of you. Go on here. I want to tell you my story. How I started Plaza Premium Lounge. I'm sure all of you, just now I saw the show of hand. A lot of you, I'll call it my bosses because you support me. But thank you very much. And how I started this business is from crisis. Let me tell you the story. I used to work for a bank. Because of my seniority, obviously I travel business class. Everything paid by the bank. I travel business class. Until I decided to do my own business, I travel economy class. Because every cent had to come out of my own pockets. So when I travel economy class, you're talking about 30 years ago, in Kaita International Airport, where the whole airport only can take care of about 30 million, but they have 40 million go through the airport. Sometimes you all remember, those about my age, you remember, go through Kaita Airport, sometimes you have to wait for half an hour to go through immigration. And there's no place for you to sort of even rest or even shopping. It's just like grabbing each other. So I remember, when I was working for Lehman Brothers Investment Bank, because of my seniority, I have the lounge services. And during that time, remember the computer that we use is the laptop that we use. Every 2 hours, you need to charge a battery. Yeah? And there is no email. We have only fax. You have to do a word processing, print out, and send it out. Well, when I work for the bank, whenever I reach the airport, I'll let the front girl in the lounge will do that for me. But now, you travel economy class. You don't have that kind of facility. What you do, I remember when I used to steal electricity in the public area. I kneel down and charged my battery and got very frustrated. Nobody sent my fax. Out of this frustration, I said, hey, this is not right. This is a crisis. It's very inconvenient for me. Because you look at the whole plane, 10 or 15% make out first and business class, 85% make out economy class. Airline taking care of this 15%. Nobody taking care of this 85%. I'll be one of them. Can you imagine if few percentage out of this 85% require this kind of services? I think it will work. The econometric will work. That's how I started this business. The first I started this business in Hong Kong International Airport in 1998 out of my frustration. That's how I started my business. Then I go on while working in the lounge. I saw people lying on the floor. Hey, I said, guy, why are you lying on the floor? There's a hotel beside the airport. They say, sir, I don't want to stay in the hotel. Why? They say, hotel charge me 24 hours. I only need few hours. So I'm sure all of you have experienced when you reach a country, early in the morning, hotels say you only can check in at 2 or 3 o'clock. What are you going to do from 6 o'clock until 2 or 3 o'clock? So you're hanging around, you don't know what to do. And or you're supposed to, so you travel, they say, fly out at 6 o'clock in the morning. Guy, you all wake up 2 o'clock in the morning, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, in order to catch up 6 o'clock flight. That is very inconvenient. So out of this experience, by listening to what the passenger want, we found a business called hotel business. Is for travelers, where we sell only 6-hour block instead of 24 hours. Right? The first one we started the hotels is in Changi International Airport. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have 14 airports around the world, which is called Aerotel. Then we have a lot of lounges around the world. We cook our own food. I'm sure in Hong Kong, a lot of you realize that we have signature food in the lounge where all of you enjoy it. I mean, we really have to curate it. We have to plan. It doesn't come from the sky. We have a plan to make it good, to make it attractive for all of you to come again. We call it signature food in every one of the lounge. Since we have a whole team of chefs to do the cooking, say, hey, why don't we start airport hotels where we already have a facility, we have people, the economic scale is there. That's the reason we start dining, airport dinings. Then we continue to go on by observing what the passenger want. And I'm sure all of you still have this kind of problem today. When you travel, you got your secretary to buy a ticket. You got a secretary to book the limousine service. You get your secretary to another vendor to do the meet and greet service or lounge. Can you imagine one journey? You have to make so many phone calls. We realize that this is not right. It's not convenience. So we came out this business called Always, where we try to provide similar services from the time you come to the airport, the time you go out, where we do meet-and-greet services, and we do airport services, about 20 over airport services in the airport when you go through the airport. Then we create a software called Smart Travels, where we can consolidate all the services into one platform. So can you see what we are doing actually for PPG? We started first one ticker as a lounge, then we move on horizontal to cover the whole ecosystem in the airport so that we can provide with so-called 360-degree end-to-end services. What we're selling? Convenience and comfort. So in the airport ecosystem, we encompass all the services. Where you come to the airport, you become, airport is an experience, not sort of inconvenience when you come to the airport. That's what we aim to do. Okay, when you talk about crisis, I just want to show you all of you why I love crisis. You look at the GDP of the economy since 1990. We started in 1998, and up and down. You see the dot-com bubble in 2001. You look at in the yellow line, you see we always, when there's a crisis, we increase our outlet. When there's a crisis, we increase our outlets. Okay, in global financial crisis in 2008, we increased further from 31 to 85. Just recently, the memory you still have is pandemic that we've gone through in 1999 to 2001, 2013. Okay, that pandemic, it makes us move even faster. We're moving from the 85 to 118. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have 400 outlets in the world. So you will ask, how can you do that? Because you know why? Normal entrepreneurs, when they have crisis, they walk away. But for us, when there's a crisis, I love it because this is an opportunity for us. That's how PPG developed our business. People don't want it, I'll take it out. People don't want it, I'll take it out. So, in order to do that, you must have certain element that which I mentioned earlier. You must be persistent and you must believe what you are doing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, 2019, if people from Hong Kong, I want you to feel proud. This is a Hong Kong brand. 2019, we had 25 countries, 50 airports, and we're serving 15 million customers per year. Today, 2024, we have 150 countries. You can see our outlets, and we are in 600 airports. We're serving 24 million, passengers a year. And more important, I want you to see the round thing that you have, Skytrack. Maybe you are not in the aviation industry. You do not know what does it mean by Skytrack. Let me tell you what the Skytrack means. Skytrack is just like Oscar in the entertainment building. Aviation industry, either you are airport or airline, you're looking forward for this Oscar, so-called Oscar, Skytrack. That also is a world recognition of the quality of service. Ladies and gentlemen, PPG, 8 years continuously been rated the best airport, independent airport in the world. This is a Hong Kong brand. So I want you to feel proud about that. Well, I talk a lot of beautiful things. Let me share my horrible experience during the pandemic. And I don't want all of you to go through that. If you don't have strong stomach, if you don't have a strong stomach, don't even try to go through it because it's so tough. Okay? I don't mind to tell you, during that period of time, I don't even know what to do. I have a sleepless night. I don't want to even tell you, I shed so many tears during that period of time. Can you imagine, during the pandemic, travel restricted, there's nobody travel. Border also restricted, cross the border, nobody traveling. Virus keep on mutating, and you don't know what is the best virus. Even the doctors, even the government don't know what medicine to cure. You all remember those period of time, right? Just give you an example, Hong Kong International Airport used to have 200,000 people going to the international airport during the period of time, that last 3 years, during the pandemic, they have only 20,000 people go through. Oh, sorry, they only had 2,000 people go through. Can you imagine? We lost over 95% of the business revenue. There's a huge financial challenges for us. We have 5,000 colleagues working around the world. I cannot let them go because our business is a people business. Why I let them go? How can I go and get back these 5,000 people do the serving? No way I can do that. So we retain them. But obviously in here, I'd like to thank all my colleagues that they're willing to cut their salary 50%. That is the reason make me can stand here to talk to all of you. Thank you, my dear colleague, if you are here. They are my soul. They are helping me. And obviously, we have to pay renter. Although, yes, you don't have any sort of passengers, you have to pay renter, you have to pay labor costs, some of the OPEX that you committed, you have to pay in order to survive. Ladies and gentlemen, during the periods, I went to the market to raise 200 million US dollars. I burned 120 millions. Burn, disappear, not the watches at all. Even people who invested on me, they're so scared. Every week they come after me. Where is my money has gone to? It is a very, very, very tough time, ladies and gentlemen. So if you do not conviction, you do not believe what you are doing, you definitely will give up. But I believe what I'm doing. I told the private equity investor, I say, don't give me money unless you believe there's a plane in the air. I'll share how desperate we are. I remember I having a lunch with my friends in my daughter's balcony, having a lunch in the afternoon. Suddenly we hear the plane. We are like baby jumping out. Wow, there's a plane. Can you imagine how desperate we are? But now the plane, my office in the airport, planes going in and out, we cannot hardly hear. But that time, when we're having a lunch, you hear the plane, we jump out like a little baby. Can you imagine how desperate we are? So, plus also the worst thing in the business is that you do not know what is going on next week. And you cannot plan at all. And you pretend you know how you plan, but the whole environment doesn't give you opportunity to plan. And plus also you continue, because you already burned 120 millions, you continue to look for fun in order to sustain the business. That time, the bank will not want to talk to you because you are not the sector they want to lend you money. The only thing is to go to a private equity. But it is a super tough, very, very freaking environment. I can write books about this, and I'm sure my book will be a bestseller, how I went through this pandemic. I always joke with friends. I said, no younger can hurt my heart anymore because I shake all my tears. During the pandemic, you cannot keep quiet and doing nothing. We gather all my C-suite, we sit down and say, hey, look, what is the next step when the pandemic hit us? Okay? So we sit down in the drawing plans. We say, look, what are we providing for our customer? What is the fundamental service that we provide for our customer to make them feel good in future when they come back? We came out with this 4 things. Our PPG only provide 4 things. We make sure we provide comfort. We make sure we provide convenience. We make sure we provide our value, and make sure we provide love and care for you to come back and visit us again and again. All right? That is the most fundamental service that we provide. To us, amount of money you invest in hardware, no matter how beautiful you did your lounge, it doesn't mean anything. if you do not know what is your fundamental. So these are fundamental. Then we look at our fundamental, how to make it much convenient to be much more convenient, comfortable, much more comfortable. We sit down. So we realize that we have to create a very agile organizing structure by using a technology. So it means we have to go through a transformation from service provider and adapting a digital technology in our company. So we embark on a journey during the COVID, okay, where you're losing 120 million. We decided to do that because we believe what we are going to do. So we recognize in the middle of the pandemic, we recognize the need to embrace technology to drive better efficiency. So we have to embrace the new changes because there's a structural change. But we also know that we have to disrupt what is doing, what we're being provided in the market. So for us, we decided to invest more than 10 million US to develop 3 proprietary software. The first is lounge management system. Second, One Tico and Smart Travel, which I'm going to explain in more detail. Because this is a fundamental foundation for us to make our service more convenient, make our service more comfortable, and make sure that all our guests in the future get value for their money. Let me explain that to you. Look, illustrate the example, we developed a proprietary software, lounge management system. Our lounge management system ability, we are the only one in the world present moments ability to consider lounge administration, admission system, and related the back office. Guy, all of you been to the lounge. You come in, we have admission system. Old-fashioned admission system is that you have invitation card. We got the invitation card. We had to go and talk to the airline, say, we count one by one to give the airline, here, you are your guests. Or count to the financial institution, these are your guests that we have to collect money. Today, we don't have any more. Whenever you come to our lounge, we have admission system. This admission will link to the back office. And it will link to our customer office. They know exactly, okay, how many people going through your lounge. So we spend a lot of money to develop so that we can network our lounge throughout the world. Then we develop Smart Travel because we have been doing B2B to C business. But we are serving about 24 million passengers. We do not know who they are. Yes, we provide them services, we do not know who they are. So we develop a Smart Travel so that we can change the B2B to C business to B2C business so that we know our client. In future, we can serve them better. Exactly, they know Mr. Song love, for example, steak or love coffee. So the next time they come to our lounge, they say, here you are, Mr. Song, that is your coffee. So you have to know your client. Otherwise, you will not do better. You will not provide any comfort and convenience. So what we do, we create a platform to consolidate all the PPG services to enhance the entire passenger journey. So if all of you go to the website, try to get the Smart Travel app, join us. Whenever you come and visit, we give you points. Use a point, you can do a lot of exchange, and that point become a world currency for you. You can use the services around the world. The third one is One Tico. One Tico is a centralized digital platform that we developed that bridges the gap between the demand and supply in the airport services. Guys, in the airport, you all see the wheelchair services. We are handling about 2,000 wheelchairs a day in Hong Kong International Airport. Can you imagine 2,000 wheelchairs? You need how many people to push? You need, every shift we have 100 old people to push the wheelchair. Can you imagine the 100 people come to your office and say, Mr. Song, what is my duty today? Your office has to accommodate 100 people there every day. There's no way you can do it. So we develop a software where basically use a smartphone, whatever order coming from airlines, it will dispatch back to all our service agents. Even before they leave today, they know tomorrow exactly what they are doing. Not only that, during the services, we know exactly where are they. If in case the plane, I'm sure you have experienced the plane flying up in the air, had not landed, maybe fly for half an hour. We cannot have 30 people sitting down there, okay, waiting for the plane to arrive. Because every hour it will cost money. It's a labor cost in Hong Kong, it's not cheap. So you must make sure you plan effectively and efficiently. Ladies and gentlemen, after we apply this software, efficacy of in time to do not miss the wheelchair services, we reach 99% efficacy in Hong Kong International Airport. Compared previously, they only reach about 75%. So if your friend needs the wheelchair, okay, because they do not use this technology. Now we have 99% efficacy. Then again, we realize that we have to transform. We don't have such a view to adopt IT into our business, okay, to make our operation more effective, more efficient. So what we go around to look for the partners. On the right-hand side, left-hand side for you, okay, or right-hand side for you, okay, we engage Livewood. Livewood is a company using AI, LLM to generate multilingual AV content, which I hope that I have a time to show you. Oh, gone already. Then, where digital domain, we leverage AI technology to create human concierge. Because in Hong Kong, very hard to find people. So you have human concierge, which I hope to show you. And we use the A data using a convert the CCTV that we have. We convert the digital format to understand the capacity in the lounge so that you can plan more effectively. And last, Lippet, is an autonomous wheelchair for wayfinding with data processing surrounding. Next time in the airport, you can see we have wheelchair that move automatically in the airport. And next time we will do, when you have to move them gate 1 to gate 16, what you do, you have it's not, I will not call it a wheelchair, it's an autonomous transportation in the airport. You pay money, you press where you want to go, they will take you there. So these are the things coming up, what we are preparing. What we try to say here, ladies and gentlemen, PPG is no more just a service provider. We adapt technology to make it more effective and more efficient. That's the reason you see the number will shot up, because a lot of airports invited us to help them to run their operation so that their lounges and also their hotel is more effective and more efficient. Okay, I want to show you how this AI-powered human concierge. Can you please, first one?
Hi, Yumi. I just got off a really long flight from LA, and now the next leg of my flight is delayed, and I now have a 3-hour layover. So wanted to see if I can use your lounge today.
Why is not moving?
So sorry to hear that. We'd be happy to help you provide a space while you take a rest.
Amazing.
This is a human concierge. We can provide all the services in the future when you come to the airport. Okay. Second, we use automated wheelchair. Next time in the airport, you can see all those things.
Exit at Station 2. Su atención, por favor. La estación 1 del SkyTrain está cerrada. Para acceder a las puertas de 1
Okay, last one, please. Look at this. I want you to have a look at this.
My journey began 27 years ago with a simple yet powerful question. Why are airport lounges reserved for business and first-class travelers only? What about everyone else? Determined to serve all travelers, I opened the world's first independent lounge at Hong Kong International Airport. Today, we are expanding our vision to create an end-to-end airport hospitality experience across the top 100 busiest airports worldwide.
Innovation drives our commitment to enhance the airport experience. By leveraging data, we personalize journeys to meet the needs of every traveler. We embrace cutting-edge AI technology in our customer experience, operational efficiency, rewards platform Smart Traveler, and throughout our content creation process. And while our beginnings were humble, our future is bright as we focus on innovation, sustainability, and exceptional experiences to propel us forward.
We are relentless in our pursuit of improving your airport experience. Our commitment to making travel better remains unwavering, from departure to transit to arrival. Together, we make travel better.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you see there is 20% is real, 80% is generated by AI. The reason is that because in future, what is the purpose in future when we can continue to generate content, streamline our content, we can change it every week. But if you don't have this production, if you ask the production how to do it, it will take you weeks and weeks. This is only 2 or 3 hours, you can do that. So this is how we leverage AI to enhance our operation to make it more effective and more efficient. But last, and here I'd like to thank Hong Kong International Airport to give me opportunity to start the first one in 1990 in the Hong Kong International Airport. What does it mean? It means Hong Kong Airport can groom a lot of home-based company who will walk out from Hong Kong and go out throughout the world, where we have now is over 70, 80 countries now present moments from the homegrown. And plus also thanks again all my I cannot thank them more. All my colleagues will sacrifice themselves during the COVID. They are helping me to make sure this company keep on sustaining. And last, this is a message I want to give all Hong Kong people now here, that yes, Hong Kong economy is not very good. Please don't get disappointed. I have full confidence in Hong Kong. And Hong Kong, now you can consider crisis. Please go and look for opportunity during the crisis. Look north. There's a plenty of opportunity given to you. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Song, for that inspiring sharing. Please be seated. Thank you once again. Now, next up, we have Mr. Krating Poonpol. He's a group chairman at KBTG, and he's also a global VC investor with a diverse portfolio of over 160 startups that is across various countries. And today, he will be joining us in discussing how AI and fintech are unlocking the next wave of innovation that is here in Southeast Asia. Everyone, let's put our hands together and welcome him on stage. Mr. Poonpol, please.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Krating. I serve as the top 5 executive of K-Bank. K-Bank is one of the largest commercial bank in Thailand and the most profitable bank in Thailand and the regional bank in Southeast Asia. So today my topic is about AI and fintech in Southeast Asia and how startups in Hong Kong and also China can work with us to enter the Southeast Asia. So Southeast Asia is more than ready than ever for next fintech disruption waves. We have 700 million populations and 10% of the world populations and 50% of total populations are younger than 35 years old. And basically the GDP growth is 2x of the global GDP growth, and 260 billion in digital economy GMV, and basically data center investment is $30 billion US. And for us, KBTG, we are tech arm of K-Bank. We have 2,600 developers and we have 23 million customers in Thailand alone. And digital finance in Southeast Asia is growing at rapid pace, and it presents a huge untapped opportunities for you guys to enter Southeast Asia. Digital payment grew by 15% year over year. Digital lending grew by 22% year over year. And digital wealth is growing by 33% year over year. And digital insurance is growing at 16% year over year. And despite the growth, you can see that the credit gap is still huge. It's $300 billion US dollar, digital lending gap, for consumer and small and medium enterprises market by 2030, and 400 billion US dollar AUM, untapped wealth management, waiting for someone here in this room to really enter Southeast Asia and provide better solutions for the Southeast Asian customer. And the digital payment is 1 trillion US dollar GTV. And Southeast Asia fintech, they has undergone 3 waves, in the past, it's in 2015, 2017, it's the laying foundations. That's a rapid investment in digital infrastructure in introduction of real-time payment rails across Southeast Asia. And regulator introduced fintech sandboxes. So you can see that actually in Southeast Asia, fintech in Southeast Asia mirror the development in China more than US, so basically whatever you learn and whatever you apply in China can be applied in Southeast Asia as well. Not only a huge untapped opportunity, but a similarity in terms of technology and also development and also consumers and acceleration. And then you looking at the second phase in 2018 to 2022, fintech adoption accelerated at rapid pace and funding shows significant growth, and basically cross-border payment basically skyrocketed. And then 2022 to right now is the reality check. It's the post-COVID symptoms, similar to many markets. But now it's with AI and especially agentic AI, it spurred the new innovation wave for Southeast Asia. So, and also advancing middleware and infrastructure is powering AI use case in Southeast Asia. So you can see that regional fintech are growing fast and also foreign players want to enter a piece of growth. You can see that many companies on the right hand side is the local players like Ascent Money from Thailand, 30 million active users, and also C Group, 100 billion in GMV or 73 times growth since 2016, and also a lot of local players. And if you look at foreign players, TikTok shop in Southeast Asia, GMV grew from 2x, to 22 billion US dollar in 2024. And Nubank, the bank that Warren Buffett invested from Latin America, even entered Southeast Asia. They invest 250 million US dollar in Time Group, which is a digital bank in Southeast Asia. So you can see that global investors start to enter Southeast Asia as well. And Southeast Asia fintech, like I said, from 2020 to 2022, it faced reality check. But when funding already returned to the pre-pandemic level, and global investors still stay committed to Southeast Asia. The company like PayPal Venture, City Ventures, committed fundings to Southeast Asia startups, and also MUFG also invest in Ascent Money. What is next for the next wave of Southeast Asia fintech? You can see AI applications provide significant opportunities to improve efficiency, provide better security, and also inclusivity, and tap into the opportunity in Southeast Asia and provide cutting-edge customer experiences across financial service sectors. Look at payment, definitely payment transaction and automation, and next generation fraud, detections and working capital and treasury management. If you look at lending, 300 billion US dollar lending gap is waiting for you or someone over here to really tap into that market. And AI power underwriting process and credit scoring and also customer onboarding, KYC and loan collection automation, and also banking. If you look at the core banking stack, I believe that we are in the era that core banking technology stack will be revamped entirely from the infrastructure level to the core banking level into the front end layers, not to mention the data layers. If you look at it, we are talking about the agentic customer service and call center, and also augmented relationship manager and sales people, and also AI power customer services, and also the banking industry is the industry that has a lot of manual workflow that is ready to be automated by agentic AI and agentic workflow. And also AI agent for compliance and risk. Banks spend a lot of money, for example, we manage 300 million US dollar in IT, management over each year. And we estimate that almost 16%, is on compliance and risk management. And we want to save cost, using agentic AI. Well, personalized AI wealth and retirement planning. Some of the country in Southeast Asia is entering the super aging society, and the super aging society really need different kind of wealth and retirement planning, not to mention next generation. And also we need institutional grade AI platform for asset managers and advisors. And insurance is industry that is waiting to be disrupted as well. I think insurance industry, for example, value chain optimization, and also unstructured data for pricing and to discover a new product. Not to mention the bottom layer. You look at AI agent infrastructure, financial service LLM similar to Bloomberg. AI security and audit, cloud services and financial data API and tools. So like I said, the whole banking technology stack is being revamped entirely in our age, and Southeast Asia can be a playground for many of you. And local partnership play a vital role to unlock Southeast Asia opportunity. If you want to enter Southeast Asia alone, welcome. It will be very, very challenging for standalone player. Why? Because of market fragmentation. In Indonesia alone, one country, 260 million people, but it is similar to 6 countries combined, a lot of market fragmentation and dynamic regulations, 15 major financial regulators with different set of regulations, and also limited talent pool. So local partnership, can help you accelerate your growth and navigate a very challenging Southeast Asia opportunity. For example, our bank, K-Bank, we work with Grab. We provide Grab Pay by K-Bank. We provide e-wallet platform, even for technology company like Grab. We also provide seamless onboarding between K+, our mobile banking app, and Grab. And also we do cross sales and cross product with Grab. We also invest $50 million in Grab as well. And Line BK, when Line want to enter Southeast Asia, they basically didn't come alone. When they want to launch a social banking, they form a joint venture with us. Line is the number one chat application in Thailand and one of the largest chat application in Asia. In Thailand alone, they have 47 million customers. They form a joint venture with us. So right now, the Line BK, which is the Line Bank between Line and K-Bank, has 5 million users already. And also Shopee, by C. Garina, they provide credit card that can be shopped in Shopee together with K+ and K-Bank. So you can see how about our bank. Why our bank can be a partner for you guys to navigate Southeast Asia. We are a number one digital bank in Thailand. We have 24.7 million customers. We process 1/3 of the total payment transaction in Thailand. 1/3, 33%. Our asset value is $127 billion. We have number one digital banking channels that can help you. And the transaction that grow by 20% year over year. And also we are the number one best SME bank, number one in mutual bank, number one in payment, and number one in many things. And we are the most profitable bank in Thailand with regional footprint. And KBTG, my company, is a key tech enablers for K-Bank and K Group. We are the technology arm of K-Bank. We manage 500 applications with 3,000 full-time employees. They are all technologists across 4 countries. We have operation in Thailand, in Shenzhen, China, and in Vietnam, 2 cities, Ho Chi Minh City and Hanoi, and in Indonesia as well. We also have labs and also a venture builder, and we have venture capital arm that they are spotting and scouting to invest in the next generation AI native startup here. We have $100 million fund, and we are launching the next one very soon. So we invest in deep tech, fintech and AI native startup, as well as AI startup and AI fund globally. So this is our stronghold in Southeast Asia. We can be a gateway for all global leading projects, especially the global leading projects started in China and Hong Kong. So you can see, our fund, KXVC, we are the gateway to Southeast Asia, but we have a global deep tech ecosystem. And I will tell you, we can help you go to market. We have the strongest, deepest, and widest digital channels. K+ is number one digital banking app in Thailand. We have Make, which is a banking app targeting young generation. And we have Line BK, which is a social bank, joint venture between Line and K-Bank. We have many other innovations in the pipeline that can help. And we can embed your product and services, not only investment. We can onboard your product and also embed your product on our platform as well. And we are the leader in AI and technology in Thailand and one of the leader in Southeast Asia. We pioneer AI research in Southeast Asia. We also have a strategic partnership with AI Fund, with Andrew Ng. Last year, we brought Professor Andrew Ng to come to Thailand and to meet with the Prime Minister and also with the Minister. We are the exclusive partner with AI Fund and Professor Andrew Ng in Thailand. And this is our team. If you meet, this is our team. So our experiences, we have run 10 plus VC fund, we have made 160 investment in 26 countries with 7 unicorn. Half of them is fintech unicorn that we grew from seed round into unicorn round, 16 plus exit. We can also help you do an exit as well. We not only invest, we do a strategic project of 120 plus strategic collaboration project with the startups over here. So it's all about trust, speed, scale, and synergy. We are the entrepreneur behind the entrepreneur, and we want to make you successful. Again, Southeast Asia is diverse, and also banking stack, it's being revamped entirely, and AI will be a key ingredient. And I believe the reason I come here because I want to work with the leading AI native startup and also AI startup that originated from Hong Kong and also from China. And Southeast Asia is a large untapped opportunity, but with diverse regulatory landscape, large untapped but fragmented market, scaling across market is very challenging, and we can help you. We are trust partner, we are regional partner, and we provide synergy for you guys. And lastly, fintech is evolving, and AI-driven fintech 2.0 is now the future. And it's time to build the next generation of fintech unicorn, and it will be even faster than the previous generation. In the previous generation, it took 7 to 8 years in general for the startup that I invest to become a unicorn. I believe in this web, it will take even half of that to become a unicorn, and I believe many of them, it will be in this room, in this event. And let KBank and KBDG be your trust partner in doing so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Poonpol. Please be seated. Next up, we are honored to have a truly charismatic leader that is on the stage, Dr. Malina Ngai, Group CEO of A.S. Watson Group, the world's largest international health and beauty retailer. Now, under her leadership, A.S. Watson has redefined retail through digital transformation as well as innovation. But that's not all. Dr. Ngai is also a trailblazing business leader, a competitive athlete, and an Asian Games bronze medalist. Wow, quite the mouthful. Now, today she'll share her AI playbook for retail, offering insights that are sure to inspire and to transform. Everyone, please keep your ears and your eyes peeled, and please put your hands together and welcome her on stage. Dr. Ngai, please.
Hello, good afternoon. Yes, I was a competitive athlete. I represented Hong Kong in 2 sports, athletics and rowing. And between elite sports and business, there are a lot of commonalities. The pace, the science, the precision, the technology we use. Surely I'm applying a lot currently in running A.S. Watson. Now today I want to share with you about AI playbook in retail. I want to share with you how we apply AI in retail business and what we actually need from the technology community. Now in A.S. Watson, we have a lot of fun. We have a lot of teamwork. So actually, I'm wearing one of our team uniform. And to start with, I want to ask all of you how much you know about retail. I want to bring you, first of all, to the Formula 1 pit stop. And then I will explain. I want to show you a video first.
But Holland comes in for a pit stop. Time to refuel and change tires. Lou Moore himself changes the tires.
Now,
only 4 crew members, including the driver, are allowed to work on the car. It's a tense time. Holland stays in his seat, anxious to get away. Let's watch.
You need 67 seconds in the pit stop. use this analogy to describe retail, because in the old days, it's like the old days pit stop. Everything in order, you need 67 seconds. And today we need a lot of technology. We need a lot of precision in the design so that a pit stop can be 2 seconds. So every second we have a lot of customers, so we need a lot of precision to be able to serve the customers. Now this is retail today. It's very, very interesting and exciting. But anyway, why are we talking about retail if retail is dead? You heard a lot of news in everywhere around the world. You have a lot of news about retailers closing down stores, consolidating, and they have this type of headlines. But retail is not dead. It's just that retail needs to be better because our customer has changed. Our customers' behavior has changed, and to be exact, actually, because of technology, customers' behavior has changed. So now we have customers we call zero consumers, zero loyalty, zero patience, zero boundaries. You all shop. You can shop everywhere, anywhere. So this is called zero consumers. Now in A.S. Watson, when we have been transforming ourselves and we continue to grow, so we have actually, back 4 or 5 years ago, we have created a new standard for retail. Because like any other industry, you need to evolve. So it's not about O to O. No. We created a new standard which is O plus O. O to O meaning if you're online, you try to go offline. If you're offline, you try to go online. This is not really sustainable. Our model is about integrating offline and online because our customer, they don't differentiate. They will shop with us whenever they want to, either it's midnight or it's lunchtime. So we need to be there for them. So we call it simply O plus O. So when we build and evolve our company, all the technology is focusing on building this O plus O model. Now, for retailers, you talk so much about usually number of stores. For us in A.S. Watson, we focus on building an ecosystem. So this is how we present it. Of course, in the middle is still our physical stores because that's the touch points which is really differentiating ourselves. And you go clockwise, we currently have 177 million loyalty members around the world. This is part of the ecosystem. We need to build loyalty. And then, of course, it's social media, touch points, mobile apps, and very importantly, it is the customer service specialist I want to highlight. Every year, we have 6 billion shoppers go through our O plus O stores. They not only shop products, but it's about the service. That's the reason why they walk into our stores offline and online. And currently, we have 140,000 of our colleagues who are looking after our customers. Now, this is the ecosystem which we need technology. I mentioned about 6 billion shoppers every year. So we have our offline and online touchpoint. But if you go into our offline stores, you can also order products from online because we might not have the stock in the store. But when you are online, you can also talk to our customer service specialists in the store who can talk to you about fragrance, about skincare. So this is O plus O. We have so many stores. Just now I showed you 17,000 stores around the world, so many shoppers, and that's the reason why we need AI to continue to grow. And I also mentioned about our service. Now, human service is important, human touch, but human service also need technology to help them to serve our customers even better, even more personalized. And this is the reason retail needs AI. And because of the scale that we have so many data, thousands and thousands terabytes of data. So you can understand why we need technology. Otherwise, we are just sitting on a lot of data, but data needs to become insights to be able to create value. And this is what we are trying to do in A.S. Watson. A lot of stores, a lot of people, a lot of customers, a lot of data. Now, why do you care? Do you shop? Obviously, you all look very nice. So you need shampoo, you need toothpaste, you need skincare, you need fragrance, you need vitamins. So if you do shop, this is relevant to you. You're in the right section, all right? So then for A.S. Watson, when we look at O plus O, Have you heard about the word ROSO? Research online and shop offline. We do track that. We do track that. You can ask yourself whether you do that. But we have asked over 10,000 of our shoppers in many markets in Asia and Europe, and this is what they told us. First of all, a lot of the research that we have done, 80% of them aged 18 to 34. Over 90% of them, they told us that, yes, I will ROSO when it comes to health and beauty products. When it comes to just beauty, maybe slightly lower, 57% of them said they will research online and shop offline. Now, this is the ongoing research that we do and follow because we need to know how our customers shop. They don't only just shop offline, they don't only just shop online, but then they actually shop, research online, shop offline. And this is why we exist and we continue to have a very good business. Now, this is not rocket science. If you need to think about technology or how your technology solution can apply in retail, this is the simple retail process. From planning to buying, moving the products. Of course, you have to market, and then you have to sell. There's a lot of details in this process. These are just some keywords. But from merchandising planning, how we do price management, buying, supply chain inventory management, and how we reach out to customers, and running the retail operations, converting the customer, getting sales and profit, this is what retail is about. And when we zoom into just the market and the sale bit, which is the customer journey, which our team, the A.S. Watson, focus a lot in terms of how we create awareness in the customer, how we do conversion, how we allow them to consider, and then we convert them to make a purchase, and then they come back, the loyalty, and even better, they tell their friends to come as well. So this is the journey where we apply AI. And this is, again, just some example of what we currently do. Using AI-driven marketing and promotion, we need AI to assist in content. We need dynamic outreach. Our store layout, how we segment the stores, all this needs AI. And now we have agentic AI to help us with customer interaction because we need hyper-personalization. And a lot of customer engagement. We do voice listening. I'll explain a little bit later. But this is the whole journey which we need technology to help us to be able to get customers to make purchase. Now, I want to share with you a few stories as to what we are doing. Skincare. A lot of customers, they will buy skincare. But how do we personalize? The best is to be able to analyze your skin. So we have been using AI to help us. And now with a very high-tech smartphone, so with the photo, then our AI can help to analyze whether you have dry skin, combined skin, where you have pores, where you have dark spots, and then we recommend products. This is now it's quite basic, but when we launched it a few years back, it's actually quite innovative. We then also use it in the back end, which is how we do intelligent inventory management. Because when you buy inventory, some of you are startups, some of you are bigger company, but you need cash. When you buy products, if you don't manage the inventory well, you don't have good cash flow. So how we optimize the inventory by the right level, we need to do demand forecasting, and how we minimize shrinkage, which is the products we lost or damaged or expired, and all these, and also autonomous guided vehicle, we just call AGV. Those are automation in the warehouse that help us to manage the warehouse productivity, efficiency much better. So again, this is just another example. The third example is the one that I really like. It's about how we actually assist our customers' service specialists to service the customer. Because from the way they greet the customer, how they talk about the products, how they build a connection, how they recommend product. All these affect conversion rate. Conversion rate meaning if 10 customers walk in, how many of them will buy? If it's 5, then conversion rate is 50. If you get higher conversion rate, you get higher sales. So how do we use AI to help our customer service specialists? We actually put a voice recorder While they service the customer, we record the voice, and it then goes to AI for analysis. We then associate their script with the customer service specialist with higher conversion rate. So meaning they are better salesperson. So then we analyze the script. Is there something, a particular word they used, or how they actually talk to the customer that has helped with the conversion? So with that, we then put the best practice into the learning, training materials for all our beauty advisors. And as I shared earlier, we have 130,000 of them. So AI really helps us to find out the best practice to service our customers. So again, this is another example. So if you go into the industry data, so on your right, you will see that actually for AI for retail, according to research, this is not my data, but it's going to grow a lot. A lot of investment is going into AI because 70% of retailers, they would need AI is one of the top wanted for retailers because it's getting so complex in terms of number of people, number of data, etc., all the touch points. So all companies in retail around the world, they really want to invest in AI. And I think this would be the opportunities for this community here. But then, there's a lot of challenges, which I really wanted to share with you. The challenges which is very real that we face. When we try to put AI technology into our business, when we try to put any playbook together, these are the challenges we face. Data quality, well, especially because we are not a startup, we are a 180 years old company, we are very scalable, we have a lot of data. How to integrate into legacy system. And when you are international company, it's not one country, it's many, many different markets. How do we scale it? And of course, the cost is always the concern. And of course, the return. Data privacy, change management, and culture. I want to mention particular on this few. Data quality, change management, and culture. Now, I'm not a tech person, but I understand that in AI, you really need very good quality data. And my team also told me that it really takes true intelligence to act intelligently. If we have intelligence which is not true or which has mistake in it, it's not going to make our company very intelligent. Now, and I also know that data is the nutrition of AI. Nutrition of AI. You need nutritious food, right? So if you eat junk food, so you're not going to perform very well. So don't eat that many junk food, okay? So for us, the data quality is very important, and this is where A.S. Watson is investing in terms of from the time when we collect the data to how do we use them. The data quality is very, very important. Now, in terms of the company culture, which is key, and why do you need to know? Because if you trying to propose a solution to us, to any other company, you need to understand there's a big part to play to success is change management and the culture. So within A.S. Watson, we're putting a lot of effort now for decades, it's not yesterday, for over a decade, that we try to get the company to focus on customers. We need the team to align, we need the people to be united. So we create a science culture, and we need to get everyone to be comfortable using technology and talk about it. It's not just our IT colleagues or big data colleagues who talk about it, but everyone. So I would call it like a reboot of the organization. And we have been doing that for now over a decade. And it's an ongoing journey. It's never going to stop. But this is what we need, and this is what other companies need, and this is what you need to understand when you work with companies. So for over a decade ago, we told ourselves, just like I told you I was an elite competitive athlete, we used a lot of science just to improve by 1 second. So we said, okay, in A.S. Watson, we are big, we are a scalable retail company, but what is going to take us to the next level, we need to be a data-driven company. But then data-driven, some company doesn't mean they use decision using data. Some company invest a lot in data, but actually their decision-making doesn't follow it. So this is also part of the journey where if you decide to run a company that is data-driven, then the decision-making must follow it. And this has to come from the top, all the management. And within A.S. Watson, we have a ABCD, data intelligence model, moving from data to decision. So AI is artificial intelligence. How do we apply it? Not only just online, some of you think a lot about online, but also offline retail. Business intelligence, BI. How do we use all the sales data to help us to make decisions? Customer intelligence. How do we look at how customers shop offline and online? When do they shop? How do they shop? What do they need, etc.? This is all customer insights. We have video analytics in our physical store to understand how the customer flow. And of course, the decision. How do we use decision intelligence? That's the DI. This is what we need in a company, data-driven company, in a very competitive industry like retail. This is agility we need, and this is what we are currently building. So for AI playbook for retail, I can give you a whole white paper, but I think in short, any company would need to align business goals because it's not about chasing technology. Of course, if you have a lot of cash in your company and you don't need to focus on return, you can do that. But you need to align the business goals. You need to know where you want to expand. You need to know what's your growth driver. And then data is the second important thing in the playbook. How do you have built robust data quality? You need a platform as well. Because without the right platform, you can't actually, we call democratize data, meaning make data very comfortable for your team to use it. And then finally, I'll put the word team, because for any company to be successful using technology, it needs cross-team, cross-department team. And then we also need good tech partners to be able to be successful, and a lot of upskilling at the same time in the company. So this is how I would summarize the AI playbook. But then I've also shared with you that we have a lot of challenges currently in the retail business. So this is how I would describe O+O retail. It's a high-tech company. It's a tech-powered business, but with a human soul. This is how I would describe O+O retail in today's world, where if we want to win, if we want to stay leading, this is us. This is what we need. So who is A.S. Watson again? We are not a Formula One company, so don't misunderstand. I'm just using this analogy. It's a very competitive industry. It's a very fun industry because it's B2C. Everything happens so fast, 24/7, with a lot of pace. So if you have good technology to bring to retail, to bring to us, this is going to be very, very interesting and fun. And I also like to use this because this is yesterday's steering wheel. If you run a company, you either turn left, go straight, maybe go back. This is today's steering wheel. A lot of chips inside, a lot of computer programming, so that a Formula One driver can overtake in a turn, or when it's wet floor, how do they manage the whole race? So this is today's retail, but with a human soul. Who is A.S. Watson, by the way? We are a Hong Kong-based company. We are the largest international health and beauty retailer in the world. In Asia, we are also a top employer. I've mentioned to you about a store number, etc. But one thing, very importantly, you need to know is that we have a history of 184 years. What does that mean? You can have company who tell you, I have this amount of stores, this amount of sales, but I'm like a 5-year-old company. But we're 183 years, meaning that we are really resilient. There's so many things, so many headwinds in the last centuries, many, many centuries. So this is us. But to finish off, I think I'll show you a video. thank you once again, and I hope to be able to get some interesting tech solutions from this platform today. I also have my Chief Transformation Officer for our global business here, Mandy. I also have our Chief Digital Officer for Asia here, Andrew, somewhere. And our Chief Technology Officer for Asia, Bobby, is here. So they are all here, and you can feel free to connect to them. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngai, for that fascinating look into the future of retail, and thank you for that sharing. Now, next up, we have Mr. Hunder Cheng. He's a CFO at Syngenta Group, who will discuss how AI transforms the agriculture industry to benefit farmers, society, as well as our planet. Everyone, let's welcome him on the stage. Mr. Cheng, please. Over to you.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me well. Please take a second. Imagine a world no kids go hungry. A world where farmers predict the flood, drought months in advance. Where every grain of rice is accounted for, where no food is wasted. Now imagine that this world is within our grasp. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hunder Cheng, coming from Syngenta Group. I'm here today to share with you a revolution. Not a revolution of electricity or steam engine, but a revolution of bytes and algorithms. Today, AI is poised to solve the human's oldest and the most persistent challenge feeding the world. Delivering food security is a shared challenge of human that affects everyone. According to UN's World Food Program, right now there are 343 million people are facing acute hunger. As global population reaches 9.7 billion in 2050, that means we have to produce a staggering 50% more food to feed the people. So we believe AI technology innovation is bringing the chance to human to deal with this kind of biggest challenge to us. So we have made this as our mission in Syngenta, is to tackle these challenges. Let me tell you about our company. Syngenta Group is a global agri-tech innovation company, which innovation is in our DNA. We have more than 6,500 scientists working in global 150 R&D hubs, creating cutting-edge technology for global farmers. This includes the latest agri-tech, seeds, and the crop protection, including both chemistry and the biologicals. We have the strongest innovation pipeline in the industry. We are doubling down what we do the best. For example, last year alone, we invested $1.9 billion in innovation. We believe AI is enabling us to deliver a new agriculture era to improve the sustainability and the food security. So what AI is doing in our company? Actually, AI is supercharging our labs and accelerating our innovation. With all the research projects now using the machine learning to help us to quickly identify active ingredients, which is a new molecule. Our strategic adoption of AI also is helping us to significantly increase our efficiency of the innovation. In industry right now, every year, the whole industry is developing 6 new active ingredients for the farmers. Shenzhen accounts a quarter. But AI is helping us, enabling us to increase our efficiency to innovate. We are aiming to increase from 1.5 new active ingredients per year to 2 new products per year, which represents 30% of the efficiency improvement. Don't be underestimated this kind of contribution to the food security and also deal with the climate change, as I just shared with you. So we think about AI means win, win, win. Farmers, by winning, to gaining the faster access to most innovative products and the agronomic solution. And also we as a company, we are winning by bringing the innovative products faster to the market. And also this world, by wins, becoming more food secure. So you might be thinking, what does a win-win-win look like on the ground? Let me share you a real story, which happened in Brazil, the biggest soybean exporter globally. In 2021-22 season, there was a new, very strange disease destroying the vast soil field in Brazil. So in Brazil's heartland, Mato Grosso, so the soil field was facing nearly half of the crop was lost. So our team raced against the clock to identify what's the cause behind the damage. Our team sped up the process to develop AI-driven machine learning model to detect, to analyze the sample of the damaged soil. Just after 2 months, when the first samples were taken, our team detected there were 2 fungal diseases caused this damaging nightmare for farmers. So this is a real story telling us AI is helping us safeguard the harvest in the field, which can ultimately help us deal with this kind of food security. So this is a real win-win-win. Brazilian farmers, they were able to win against the wind battle against the disease. It should be normally have taken years, but just within months. We were able to win because we can bring the innovative products very efficiently to the market. Also, we won together in the joint efforts to secure a key protein-rich crop, which is soy, for this world. So AI-powered digital tool also enabling us to serve the farmers in a much broader area. Our most popular is CropWise, which right now covers 70 million hectares globally. It's uniquely collected together with all the high-quality data set we collected from satellite, from drones, from the trial of the crop, from the weather, together with the equipment on farm, like tractors and also sensors. All the high-quality structurized data can help us to deliver the agronomic knowledge. We can immediately provide the advice and the agronomic advice and the service to farmers, which can help them increase the yield. Meanwhile, can help them to cut the cost. Actually, in China, AI also is enabling us to serve Chinese farmers with a more efficient way. A great example is a MAP, or Modern Agriculture Platform, which is a network of 700 agronomic solution centers. Combined with the digital tools, we can serve the farmers with a more advanced technology, help them to secure the yield, increase their profitability, while help Chinese farmers to cut their carbon footprint significantly. We believe the countries like China, agriculture is undergoing a transformation towards the future, and the AI and the digital automation is playing a crucial role to help this happen, to feed the Chinese world, also benefit to this whole world. We fully recognize addressing food security and the climate change cannot be achieved through Shenzhen's solution and our innovation alone. Shenzhen has a long history of partnering with others. Including all the startups. Let me share you recently happened story. We collaborated with a Swiss agri-tech startup called Gamaya. We developed the first ever commercial digital tool to detect nematode by satellite image. For those, probably you are not familiar with nematode, let me tell you a little bit. Nematode is underground worms that feed the root of crops, creating the damage, the most damage impact for the crop yield. Easily you can lose at least 20% of the yield. Can be as high as $150 billion per year globally. So this digital tool uses most advanced algorithm to detect area of nematode, enable farmer can take action to avoid this crop failure. So I do hope here, all the startups, please reach out to me, to Shenzhen, if you think we can work together to deal with this kind of humans' most critical challenges together. While you might not have previously thought of agriculture as being at the forefront of AI, I hope I have given you an insight about what we are doing to drive the AI to help us to innovate, also to feed the world. This is a win for farmers. This is a win for us as a company. Also a win for the food security for all the humans. So I would recognize the very important role that the tech company like Alibaba playing in delivering the ecosystem to enable the AI to all the companies and the startups. It's critical, this kind of technology, the access to the system are democratized through open platform and the open source models to enable us to accelerate innovation. So finally today, what we are doing here together to share our innovative ideas, to creating the new technology, also together to breaking the boundaries. We need to work together to adapt to this kind of fast evolving technology, to learn from each other, to share your views, then we can find a way to collaborate together. So this is also Shenzhen's, our strategic intention to also participate in this ecosystem, to contribute, also to get your support, your partnership to deal with most challenging for the human. So I hope we can have a more opportunity to work together. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cheng. Thank you for that sharing. And please have a seat. Thank you very much. Now, we're just as honored to welcome our next guest, a true pioneer in the field of artificial intelligence, Professor Tong. He is a professor of computer science at Tsinghua University and founder of Zhipu AI, an academic startup that has been risen to become one of China's 4 AI tigers, making a profound impact on the global AI landscape. Now, Professor Tong will share the groundbreaking insights on AI and the remarkable journey of ChatGLM, one of China's most influential AI initiatives. Everyone, let's put our hands together and welcome him on stage. Please. Professor Tong, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here to share our thinking about the AGI. So myself, actually, I'm a professor in Tsinghua, and in 2019, we spin off a company which is called Zhipu, and now we have a new Z.AI, and the company actually is valued around $3.5 billion, and but we still are startup. So together with you, so just like yourself, we're just a startup company. So today, actually, I will share our thinking about the AGI, and also we actually open sourced quite a lot. Over 100 code repositories. So the left side, your left side, so you can see the address of the open repository. And this side, we have a tool that is just like a chat model, somehow like a ChatGPT. You can use that to test the model abilities. Okay, so we actually, our vision is that to teach machine to think like human beings. So first, think about what is the ability of human beings. So first, you could say the first series of abilities actually is to perceive the world. So somehow like a language, vision, and also acoustics, and also the motion control. And also the second ability is probably you can say that is reasoning, and also emotion, and also creativity. So that's the second level. And the third thing is that, different from the animal, actually human being has a tool use. So along all of this, we actually develop different models. So centered in GLM, and also GLM voice, and also video call, and also call VOM, and also many other like reasoning model. We call it GLM 0, or you could say GLM Z1. And also we have the tool use, and of course recently people say that this agentic large language model. We have the AutoGM, and also the GMPC, and also some other model. And in the future probably we could have the GM robot. Of course we still, that the human being has the ability of motor cortex, and also sensory cortex, and also the sinus serum. Such kind of ability, which means the human being can accept all the different messages, like language, vision, and also can combine them together to sense the world. But actually the model itself, the AI, they are still working on that. So because of this, we actually in 2019, we developed a very big picture. We call it a roadmap of our, you could say, Zhipu Tsinghua roadmap to AGI. So our basic idea is that around that time, 2019, we said that the model itself is just a pre-trained model, because the model can only accept the data and train some kind of like you could say pre-trained model. So around that time, we pre-trained a very basic model. We call it GM130B, and then we said that the model should like a human being has the two systems. System one, to just quickly answer our questions. For example, you feed some kind of query, and the model will quickly give you the answer. Just like you said, will human being like eat lunch? And the model probably will say, yes, of course, right? That is some kind of like a hybrid-based answer. But in system two, that is to deep thinking. And if you ask some kind of question, shall I invite you a dinner? And where shall we go? And then I have to think about where to have the dinner, and what's the price, and blah, blah, all the different things. So that is system 2. We think that the model, first one, we pre-train a model. That is only a system 1. But if we add something like, you could say some kind of like thinking, or chain of thought, or deep thinking, that is system 2. Well, human being also has the third abilities. That is to self-learn. So, for example, you read quite a lot of books, and also you interact with some other people, and also you learn by yourself, unconsciously. So the model, the AI, should also have such kind of abilities. So because of this, we actually developed the different levels of AI, or you could say AGI. The first level is just a pre-trained model. This level, actually, the AI accepts all the information to learn the knowledge, And the second level, you could say that it actually is built on the top of the first level. Because the first level is to learn the knowledge from the text, from the code, from mathematics. And the second level actually is to activate the knowledge, to answer such kind of questions. But the model has to understand the intention, user intention, and also the model has to align not just the intention, but also the image, multimedia, even video, and even the robot and the agents. So all of this. So recently, many people say that, okay, so the different models, they can work on the agent, and also they can work on for example, embodied AI, but all such kind of things, they actually just activate the intelligence learned in the first level to implement some kind of you could say some kind of task. And the third level actually is self-learning. So which means that the model actually can criticize its generated answer. For example, you ask some kind of question, and the model generates some kind of answer, and then the first thing is that the model will doubt the answer, say that why this is correct. And of course, the second thing is that the model will try to answer in different ways and combine the different answers and finally generate the best answer to you. So we call that as self-reflection. And the third one is that, okay, if there's no answer, or you could say no correct answer. For example, you say how to develop Hong Kong, how to develop AI in Hong Kong. So there is no one answer, right? We call that one as rumination. The AI in the future, they will just like a human being. They will deep thinking this problem, and probably give you different solution. And just like human being, I give you 1 week to say how to develop AI in Hong Kong, and probably you will check like 100 pages, 100 documents, and finally write down some kind of solution, survey and solution, and maybe future work or something like that. So that is, I call it rumination. We are just here. We are working on self-reflection, and in the future, near future, just this year, or maybe next year, we will work on the rumination. Well, of course, we will still trying to, improve the level of agent and robot to this level, because at the level 2, we just align the behavior of agent and robot to the intelligence. But here, this level, the robot and the agent, they will try to learn by themselves. Okay. And the fourth level is somehow like more advanced than this. But currently, most of the model, including like GPT and the DeepSeek, and also our own model, we call it JLM, all such kind of model, we are just working on. The base model is basically combined level 1 and level 2. And the deep thinking model basically is level 3. Okay. And in level 4, the model will try to interpret themselves. They will understand why I have to generate such kind of answers. They will try to do that. And the level 5, probably conscious AI. And many people actually talk about is there some kind of like a conscious for AI? I truly believe that, but we have no idea. Nobody can predict anything, right? So in Tsinghua and Zhipu, we actually implemented some kind of like the level 1. So this is some kind of like a level 1 work. Give some kind of questions, like I bought 5 apples today, and I ate 1 yesterday, and so how many apples do I still have? Okay, so the first one actually, because this example actually was from the Twitter, so last year. Okay, the first one is by GPT-4o, and the last one is by our model. Okay, so but this is just level 1. Okay, you can only pre-train the model, and then you can generate the correct answer. Well, for the second, okay, it doesn't work. How can I make it work? Oh, pss, pss. Okay. Okay. No problem. You guys can just make it work, so I can just, I have no idea. Anyway, so I mean the second level is, okay, the second level is somehow like we can actually do some reasoning. For example, you can ask some kind of question, very complicated question, and the model actually tries to use different ways to answer this question, and finally give you you could say the best solution or best answers. And the third level is somehow like the agent. So we have auto GLM. So the auto GLM, they could actually, oh, sure. That work? Did that work? Okay. Okay, so okay, no worry. Okay, so I mean, I will just quickly use some kind of time to probably summarize what I'm talking about. So why this ability has been generated by AI? Probably the first work you can check about is the emerging abilities by Jason Wei from Google, and now he actually working in OpenAI, and he actually has the idea that, okay, if the model size actually exceeds some kind of number, like 100 billion, and then the model probably suddenly has some kind of abilities. So this is 8 different tasks, and you will see if the model size exceeds 100 billion, and then they could have a very significant improvement on different tasks. Well, I mean, in the end of 2023, and Seth from Stanford University, they actually challenged about this. So they said they have some kind of interesting result. They said, okay, if the evaluation, the metric to evaluate the ability of the different model is a nonlinear function, then we could say that we could observe there is you could say an emergent ability. Otherwise, actually, it is just some kind of like a linear improvement. So this is a totally counterpart, different observation. Well, last year, I mean 2024, we actually observed that very interesting. We found that it's not just about the size of the model. It is actually about all the different things considered about the loss of the objective function, including the data and the model size and also the computation. So finally, you see that if we combine the different things, and also we can normalize the model size, and we can actually obtain such kind of results. For the model size, if we consider the data and consider computation and also consider the model size, we actually could still have the emergent ability for all the different models. So that is the so-called emergent abilities of AI. So we truly believe that in the future, someday, the model, the AI, could have some kind of emergent ability on different, you could say, abilities. Okay, so in Tsinghua and Zhipu, we actually develop different models, including the text model, coding, and the text-to-image, text-to-video, and also reasoning model, and also even the different, kinds of the applications. So, and the most important thing is that we have our own model architecture, GLM, and we are still focused on you could say the AGI and also the model itself, and how to collect more data and develop the advanced algorithms and also build the best model. And so for the application and even the cloud, we actually find the partners. For example, we actually invested like 30 companies on the different applications, including for example, internet and the phone, and also we find the partner to build the joint venture companies. And also we actually collaborated with different cities, for example, Shanghai, Hangzhou, and also even Hong Kong. We built an office here, and also Shanghai and Chengdu. We just collaborate with the different cities and help them build successful large language model applications. Okay, so finally, to predict the future, and in the future, 2025, this year, agentic large language model, of course, is very important. And also, the safety is also very important. And probably later on, we will discuss about that. And also, for example, here is the hallucination ranking, and also the AI safety index. And for the hallucination, we actually were probably number one in the Chinese large language model. And of course, we have a very big picture, and we still have a long way to go. So, and due to time limitation, that's my talk. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Tong. Please be seated. Now, as AI continues to evolve at a breathtaking pace, now humanity stands at a crossroads, one where our greatest technological aspirations could either unlock unprecedented progress or to unleash the unintended consequences. We don't know which is which for now. However, for the coming Fireside Chat, we will delve into the dilemmas that are surrounding AI's rapid advancement. So joining us, can I please again re-invite Professor Jie Tong, Professor of Computer Science at Tsinghua University and founder of Jipu AI, to reboard the stage. Thank you. Everyone, let's put our hands together. Welcome. And Professor Ru Cheng, Statutory Chair of Jurisprudence at the University of Oxford. They'll share critical perspectives on building the right AI. Everyone, please keep your eyes and ears peeled, and I'll hand the stage over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, because of time limitation, let's just quickly skip or maybe you can self-introduce.
No, let's skip the niceties and just get to it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, probably let's start the panel. So first of all, probably we can invite Professor Cheng to explain what is alignment and what is the background, because unity alignment is very important for large language model. But what is the problem? How to define this problem? Because that is very important. So let's first invite Professor Cheng to give an introduction about this.
Thank you, Professor Cheng. So alignment is probably the most, I think, important problem in AI that many engineers have never heard of. Or rather, they think of alignment and smush it together with a bunch of other problems like safety, control, etc. So the gloss of alignment is just how do we ensure that AI outputs align with our human values. I think we should distinguish two different ways alignment has been understood. There's the way the technologists understand alignment, and that goes all the way back to Norbert Weiner in the 1960s, where he said, we got to be careful. If we have a purpose for the machine, we want to design it for a certain goal, we better make sure that the goal we put into the machine aligns with our purposes. Okay. Now, the way technologists understand alignment, I think, is deeply problematic in the following respect. And it really follows from Norbert Weiner's classical statement of the problem. Those of you who are creating startups or creating algorithms and so on, you might think that your goal vis-a-vis alignment is to make sure that the machine does what you want. So today's technologists, Stuart Russell at Berkeley, many of the other leading technologists will say the metric for alignment is match with our preferences. But that's the wrong metric for alignment because, and here's just a simple example to show why that is so, preferences aren't the right kind of thing for aligning with human values. Why is that? Well, Hitler has certain preferences, right? And you can clean his preferences up by making them logically consistent, removing his false non-evaluative beliefs and so on. And he might still prefer to get rid of certain classes of people. So we don't want machines to align with human preferences. They're not the right kind of thing. Or put another way, preferences can be the right metric for alignment only if they're scrubbed clean by values, human values, okay? And if that's true, then you might as well just go straight to values. Let's use values as the correct metric for alignment, right? Okay, so why is alignment important? Well, it's pretty obvious, right? I think of the simple case. Remember way back when Amazon created its hiring algorithm? Here's what Amazon had as its goal. Let's make the algorithm deliver the best candidate for the job. And what Amazon did was create an algorithm that did something else, namely found candidates whose CVs were the closest match to people that they've already hired on the books that they thought were successful. And of course, the result was that candidates who had women's chess champion on their CVs were downgraded. So alignment is extremely important. If we have AI that involves a kind of mismatch between the values we want our AI to achieve and what the AI actually does achieve, then the kind of future we have in a world full of AI is going to be disastrous.
Okay, so do you think there is some kind of like a fundamental, mistakes in the alignment? And so, for example, because we know that you are working in Oxford University and you are thinking about a very long time for such kind of like alignment risks in AI. So do you think there is some kind of like mistakes or even in the alignment process?
Yeah. So I think that the way AI is being developed now, and not surprisingly by computer scientists and engineers, is fundamentally mistaken in two ways. And it's not surprising because, engineers and computer scientists, when they hear the word values, they feel very uncomfortable. Like, what are those? And how are we supposed to get an algorithm to align with these mysterious things? And I can describe the two, what I think of as fundamental mistaken assumptions that current AI design, whether it's machine learning or symbolic systems, I think are guilty of. Let me frame it like this. I think right now we're in a situation where there's a kind of fork in the road, right? There's some people who think, sure, our algorithms are not terribly well aligned with our human values, so let's just throw more compute, more reinforcement learning, human feedback, more fine-tuning, let's do some more monitoring, let's scrub the data, and if we scale up, then the alignment problems will disappear. And I think some of what you said just now suggested that if we work harder and do more fine-tuning, roughly speaking, then alignment will follow. And as a philosopher who has studied values for, I won't say how long, but a long time, there's an argument from axiology, which is the study of values, that says that isn't going to work. Right? So here are two fundamental assumptions that machine learning and symbolic systems currently make that, from a philosopher's point of view, involve serious mistakes about value. So the first one can be described quite simply by the King Midas story. And I know people here apparently are not familiar with that story, but King Midas, you know, he wants a bunch of stuff in his life, like a loving relationship with his daughter, health, happiness, peace in his kingdom, achievements, knowledge, etc. These are all values he wants in his life. And he assumes that the way to get it is by pursuing a non-evaluative proxy, namely gold. So the story is he wishes from the genie, look, you know, everything I touch, if it turns to gold, then I'm going to get all the goodies, the values that I want in my life. And of course, things are disastrous. He touches his daughter and she turns into gold and he can't have a loving relationship with her and so on. Okay, so that story, I think, is a perfect allegory for what's the first mistake that is built into AI design, machine learning and symbolic systems, and that is they assume that if you want to achieve an evaluative end with an algorithm, right, you want to get the best person for your job, the way to get to the best thing, which is an evaluative end, is to pursue a non-evaluative proxy. Namely, you know, let's just get the CVs of the people that match the CVs of the people we already have on the books. And this is a fundamental error about how to achieve values. You can't achieve evaluative ends by pursuing non-evaluative proxies. And that is a guaranteed way to get misalignment between what a machine does and what humans value. So that's one mistake. The second mistake is it has to do with the structure of value. And I know that sounds abstract and horribly philosophical, but let me just give you an example. When we humans make choices, often what we do is we, as it were, take out of our pocket a kind of balance scale. And we assume when you have an option between candidate A or candidate B, to be the best candidate for the job, right? You put A on one side, B on the other, and then there are three possibilities. Scale goes up like that, goes down like that, or they're evenly balanced. And this corresponds to, this corresponds to what I call trichotomy. That is the assumption that whenever you have to choose between two things in your life, one option has got to be better than the other, it has to be worse, or they have to be equally good. But this assumption, which is built into expected utility theory, economic approaches to decision making and so on, doesn't make room for hard choices. So if you have to choose between two really different careers, it's just not plausible that the only options are one career is better, it's worse, or they're equally good. Right, ski instructor versus lawyer, no, they're just qualitatively very different. Anyway, there's complicated arguments that I won't go into here, but the idea is that if you look at current algorithmic design, it's built into our algorithms that there are only three possible good outputs for a machine, right, in a choice between A and B. Choose A, choose B, or flip a coin. Those are the only good ways in which a machine can help us make decisions. But that leaves no room for hard choices where, as it were, the balance scale doesn't resolve, right? It's like that. And so since we humans face hard choices all the time, and we want our machines to align with our human values, the machines should face hard choices too.
Okay, thank you very much. So another question is that, so because you are talking about the alignment, the AI actually has two fundamental issues. So do you think that is simply because of currently AI is just data driven? So in the future, do you think that can we just add some kind of like a human valued function into the AI so that the AI can actually combine the like a human value and also data-driven something. And so the AI can itself align with the human, you could say, value.
Yeah. Okay, so if we put hard choices into our AI, if that output, this is a hard choice, can be something an AI can deliver as an output, then that allows us to put the human in the loop in a new way. Right? So whenever a machine faces a hard choice, candidate A, candidate B, it's hard. One is good in some ways, the other one's better in the other ways. The machine raises its hand, this is a hard choice. It kicks that choice back to the humans. So then the human hiring committee has to roll up its sleeves and start to look at the dossiers as A and B. And the humans have to do something, which I think is distinctively human, which is commit to some feature of one of the candidates. Like, oh, this candidate's a really good team player. And we in the firm, in the hiring committee, will now commit to being a good team player, add value to that wasn't there before through our commitment, and thereby resolve the hard choice. But notice that the human has to do the resolution. We can't outsource hard choices to machines. And once we put in hard choices as a possible good output for machines, then we ensure that humans are in the loop. Human judgment is always part of the human-machine interaction.
Okay. Yeah, so for the alignment of AI, actually there are quite a lot of future research and future development. So can you use one or two sentences to summarize the future direction in this research or something like that?
So the reason I got interested in AI is because I thought that the way AI is being developed now is, I'm really scared, okay? Because what's going to happen is, here's just a small way of thinking about why this is so frightening. If the human condition involves facing lots of hard choices, and if the machines that we are proliferating don't include the possibility of hard choices, then when we outsource our decision-making to machines, which is, social science tells us, inevitable because we're lazy, and if a machine offers us a decision, we tend to go for it, we're going to end up with a world in which machines are taking what are, for us humans, hard choices and telling us that's better than that, when in fact that's not the case. So imagine, you have some authority figure always telling you, look, you should be a ski instructor instead of a lawyer, even though that's a real hard choice for the rest of your life, right? That's the kind of AI future that I think we don't want. And the only way we can avoid that is by rethinking how we design AI.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So probably it's time. So let's just thanks to Professor Cheng for the comments about the alignment.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So that's probably time for the next speaker. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much to both of our professors. Thank you for that discussion, and please do take a seat. All right, and next we will explore the next big questions that we have for AI. Not just the technological frontiers, but also the profound human implications. Now, to guide us through this critical discussion, we have a very special somebody who will be joining us today. And for those of you who's coming in right now, please feel free to grab a seat. I see some in the middle that you can still take up. And for this, I need everyone to put our hands together and welcome Mr. Joe Tai, co-founder and chairman of Alibaba Group. Welcome. Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Tai. Long awaited. This is the special moment that we've been waiting for. Everyone, please do keep your eyes and your ears peeled. Welcome, and I will hand the stage over to you, Mr. Tai.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure and honor to be here. The Alibaba Entrepreneur Fund envisioned the JUMPSTARTER pitch competition event really to promote the culture of innovation in Hong Kong. You know, as a founding board member of the Alibaba Entrepreneur Fund, I'm encouraged to witness entrepreneurialism taking root in Hong Kong, and I'm excited for the future of innovation in this vibrant international city. For those of you that have spent time this week in Hong Kong, we've got a confluence of events from this JUMPSTARTER event to a lot of investor conferences, to the Hong Kong government Wealth for Good Summit, to Rugby Sevens this weekend, which I hope all of you will participate in. So Hong Kong is definitely very much back, and I love the vibrancy of the city, and Hong Kong is definitely an environment for innovation. So my topic, they asked me to talk about AI. And there has been a lot of exciting developments in AI recently. Alibaba has been at the forefront of many of these developments, including our Qwen model, our frontier model, large language model, and the trend of open source, which is igniting the proliferation of AI applications. I'm extremely excited about what the future holds because I see the massive potential of AI to benefit all industries as well as society. Now, we have all personally experienced the power of generative AI and just how smart machines can get in doing research and also answering complex questions. So I think all of you have experienced AI in one form or another. And so people ask me, what is the next new thing in AI? Before I attempt to answer that question, I must caveat by saying I'm not an AI scientist or engineer. So what I'm about to share with you will stay at the philosophical level rather than any technology details. As we develop more and more powerful AI, I think about three questions. First, when I talk to visionary technologists, most of them want to pursue artificial general intelligence, and that's AGI, which basically says that computers will, in all respects, be just as smart, if not smarter than human beings. That's AGI. The question that comes to my mind is, how do you define smarter than human beings? How do you define that? We know that AI can do math or coding or solve complex logic questions, but they are doing that at a faster and faster pace, even faster than the human brain can handle. All right? These are the math, coding, logic question tasks. But can an AI be smarter than human beings in all respects? What does that really mean? Human beings are equipped with the capability to sense, touch, feel, read the room, and make judgments. Humans have EQ in addition to IQ, emotional quotient. I have children. I see that an important part of their education is for me to teach them to interact with other people, make friends, express their love, anger, anxiety, but in an appropriate way according to the context and circumstances. I want them to have positive personality. We experience positive personality and positive energy people all the time, but none of that is captured in the training data. Think about that. All the positive encounters that you have with people that you love, people that you really enjoy spending time with, that judgment, that data, how does the machine capture that data in order to train our AI to replicate the positive energy? It's actually pretty hard. So without training data from the parents, I'm not sure how we train the machine to make them smart humans or smarter than human beings with EQ and compassion. So maybe next we will see a large experiment. Someone will recruit a bunch of parents to participate in a massive reinforcement learning exercise in order to train our AI to have EQ and compassion. Maybe it'll happen, but I doubt it's going to happen anytime soon. The second question I have about AI is, I would like to ask AI developers a very important, simple question. Is the AI that you try to develop male or female? Is it a man or a woman? There are physiological and hormonal differences between men and women among human beings. If AI is approaching human intelligence, how should we think about whether we should inject biological elements into our development of machine intelligence? If I talk further about this topic, I'll get myself into trouble, so I'll move on to the third question, my next final question. My third question is about robots, or more specifically, humanoid robots. This is all the rage, right? Having robots that look and feel and walk like a human being. They are the next level of robots in terms of sophistication and form factor infused with AI. So I think what a lot of these robotics companies are trying to do is to replicate a human being that moves and feels and walks and runs and talks and thinks like a human being, like you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a robot and a real human being. And that's the AGI version, or the AGI vision. And so now, as you think about that, or I think about it, imagine what kind of the world will that be? The question I want to ask is, what is the application of humanoids? I can think about robots in car factories or in any other manufacturing factories. These robots make things in factories, but they don't need to look like human beings, right? So what is the application of humanoids? Well, you might say, I need a humanoid to clean my house, so I don't have to do it. Okay, maybe. But just because you want a replacement to do household chores doesn't mean you need to find something that looks just like you to do it. So, I would feel much safer if the thing that comes to sweep my floor looks like a robot than having something human-like stranger in my house that I don't know if it's a human or a robot. So, in my family and social activities, this is what my friends, getting together with my family, getting together with my friends, this is what I love to do. I love to do that for fun. I definitely want to interact with real human beings than machines. So my conclusion is, I want machines to do things I don't want to do. But I don't need machines to replace humans in doing things that I want to do. Before I go any further, I'm going to get myself into trouble again. So I will just leave these questions, philosophical level type of questions for you to think about as we ponder what is next in AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joe, for the inspiring words. Thank you once again, and please be seated. Wow, that was really good. Now, next up, we are honored to welcome an exceptional group of leaders for an exclusive fireside chat on the AI-powered economy. What's next for business, finance, and innovation? And joining us are Dr. Fred Hu, founder, chairman, and CEO of Primavera Capital Group. Everyone, let's put our hands together for him. Ms. Luen Lim, Chief Executive Officer of HSBC Hong Kong. Mr. Bernard Charwood Chan, Chairman and President of Asia Financial Holdings and Chairman of Asia Insurance. Everyone, please join us on stage. And of course, Mr. Bernard Chan will chair this insightful discussion, and together they will explore how AI is shaping the future of finance and innovation, offering invaluable perspectives from the diverse experiences. And I will hand the stage over to you, sir.
Hello. Hello. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm somewhat disappointed with Joe's comment. I thought he would, because I didn't really prepare for this panel. I was hoping that he actually going to give us all the questions so that I don't have to do anything. But he left the room with all these questions now that unanswered. So now I guess we'll leave it to the three of us to figure out how's AI going to transform businesses. So this afternoon we have two amazing panelists together with me. You have Fred. Fred who? Is, I don't know how to describe you. You're an economist, you're an investor, you're a banker, you're everything. You probably have seen so many companies, because you invest in so many companies, so I'm sure you would know the right answer for us. And of course, Luann, HSBC CEO in Hong Kong. Now, this, I'm sure, comes very close to your heart. You are by far probably the single largest employers in Hong Kong after the Jockey Club. Jockey Club got to be the largest employer after the government, and you must be next. So how would AI transform your company and perhaps also your clients? But before that, I was asked to introduce them and myself. But then, well, since the topic is on AI, so I asked AI to help us to introduce ourselves to each of you. So let's see how, let me think. Do we have the, let's see how AI will come out. Is it working? Something? I was told that they're going to let AI. Here we go. All right. Although they're seated not accordingly, but it's okay. Let's see if this is correctly. Okay. Is that the right description of who we are? Let me think. Hey, Luann, I'm going to start with you. This is way too generic about who you are. You are a prominent executive at HSBC.
Yeah.
That's not the same as CEO of HSBC.
I was just going to say, I'm not sure my boss would agree with that. It's going to get me into trouble.
And Fred, I think you're more or less correct, right? Should be, right? And for me, I am not a member of CPCCC. That's for sure. I know that. And I am definitely not the chairman of the university or HKUST. I was not the chairman. And, oh boy. Okay. So now you know how much we can trust AI. I think there's still lots of room for improvement. In fact, this is asking DeepSeek. All right, because I got asked whether DeepSeek is any good. The last time I went on to check DeepSeek about who I am, it said I was born in Thailand. And that was wrong. Anyway, but at least it didn't show today. It showed something else. Anyway, so I'm going to come to the meat of the discussion now. So just to start with, Luann, I'll start with you. This is topics about AI. So have you used it? When was the last time you used an AI, and which application do you use?
Obviously, there's DeepSeek that everybody has now. Before that, I was using Poe. But the one I think I use most, and I was just using it 2 days ago, it's one that we developed ourselves internally. So one of the challenges we have as a bank is we want to use the technology to be more productive. But a lot of the information that we want to feed it is confidential. I mean, it's your banking information. So we need something that's internal. So we've been trying to build that. And I use it quite often or even if it's a board paper that's 300 pages long, you know how these things are. I can feed it and I can send it inquiries and questions or ideas on how I should challenge it. So the internal one is probably the one I use more. It's still a proof of concept, but I really like where it's going. So that's the one I use most.
And Fred?
Well, I produce every available AI model, right? Because of my curiosity, just to test how they're doing. So not including all the GPT-4, Claude 2, Gemini, Alibaba model, Baidu model, yes, DeepSeek as well. But for my professional work, I also use more, not generally related to public, but for science, for example, for biomedicine. So that's where, bit complex foundation model for biology, right? So that's not for everyday consumer use. But I think, I'm very frequent user of AI. Literally, every couple of hours, if not hourly.
Wow, okay. And for me, well, as I wasn't kidding, I actually used DeepSeek to prepare some of my questions for this panel. So that's the last time. This is before that was Poll, because I guess technically I cannot say that I'm using a VPN to download something else. So I can't say that, so I use Poll. All right, so let me come back to Luann again. Now, I asked that question earlier with HSBC. And how do you find AI? Are you using AI already for the bank? You said you're trying out. So how are you going to adopt AI in your everyday use of the bank? And I'm sure being a regulated entity like HSBC, you must have constraint of what you can do. So can you, any specific example you can share with the audience how AI can help the bank? But at the same time, execution, how do you do that? And some constraint that you may face, regulatory concern and other types of concern.
I can spend half an hour talking about it. So, look, I think a couple of basic things that is important to understand, which is Gen AI is a new wave. It's transformational. But AI itself started many years ago. We started using AI many, many years ago. I still remember, it must be, don't quote me here, it must be almost 10 years ago now. One of the first things we used for AI, or one of the memorable AI users we used at that time, was just to make our process of refilling our ATM machines much more productive, because we need to understand what cash levels we need. So that was many, many years ago, probably 10 years ago now. So AI has been around for a long time. And I think there are a couple of common themes that we use it for. One is to improve customer service so that the tools we use for our customers are not so blunt. The other one is to do risk management, especially financial crime risk management. That's quite important. And then the third one is to protect our customers, to make sure that we're improving our productivity. If I were to use one example, we recently, I think last year, partnered with Google on a tool that is used for financial crime management. It's called Dynamic Risk Assessment. And just to give you some context, we have 40 million customers around the world, which means we process about 1.4 billion financial transactions every month. And every one of these transactions, we need to put it through a risk assessment tool to make sure that there's no financial crime associated with it. That's our responsibility. So with this tool that we put in, AI tool that we put in, partnered with Google, we actually are able to find 2 to 4 times more, identify 2 to 4 times more financial crime related transactions. And also the false positive numbers have gone down by 60%. So that really helps us, because this is a space, and every bank will tell you it's a very blunt tool previously. You run it through certain rules, you get all these transactions that come up. You have a human being going one by one to check whether they are right or wrong. It's very painful. So I'm really pleased with the example. You talked about, you asked me a very long question. What was the other question?
Well, you are a regulated entity, right? So
yeah, I think
any constraint?
I think even regulations aside, the limitations of Gen AI today is something that we are still learning and understanding along the way. A few well-known ones like hallucination, like the fact that it makes up stuff, you just saw it yourselves, and be very confident about it. That's one thing. I think there's still a gap there. The other thing is what you feed it is what comes out. So data bias is a big issue, and there are firms not in Hong Kong that have been caught out with this for example, recruitment. Right? You feed in a certain set of criteria based on previous success factors, and then they use that to judge a candidate, and it turns out to be a biased decision. So companies have gotten into trouble with that as well. And then there are the negative uses of AI, like deep fakes. I mean, I've had one done of mine, which is quite shocking and sort of sobering. So that's the deep fake ones. And I think we have to be really careful about the ethics of it. I mean, universities are running courses on data bias and ethics, and I think it's something that we need to be quite conscious about. So anything that we are using that is customer facing, we are very careful about. And I think the government has a right to be concerned about the regulations around it. And I welcome the regulations around it because it's such a emerging space. We cannot have every company making up their own rules. Yeah. You know? So I think that's quite important, really.
Well, we know how regulator works here. They're always risk averse by nature.
You said it, not me.
I say it, and there's nothing wrong being risk averse. But as I said, I mean, while we are thinking out of the box, we think we are thinking out of the box. In the meantime, we're being pulled back, but for the right reason too. Yeah. So the question is, how exactly we're going to find that right balance?
So if you don't mind, the government came up with a policy, I think it was late last year. Shortly after that, SFC and HKMA developed a sandbox. And I think that's the absolute right thing to do. So we are a keen participant in that sandbox. We've got use cases there. But it's that private, public coming together, saying these are the use cases you want to play around with, test your regulation, test our technology, test the customer feedback. And you have a safe space for everyone to experiment before going out. Yeah. And I think that's the right thing to do. Yeah.
So Fred, I turn to you because you invest in so many companies, you sit on so many boards. You're on the board of ICBC, you're on board of UBS, right? You're on so many things. You've seen so many companies. So is there any specific example that you can share with us where you find AI is actually helping to enhance the resilience of the financial sectors, right? Any concrete example? Bear in mind what already Luann shared with us from the HSBC perspective.
Right. So financial service industry, banking sector, if you think about it, is really primary use cases for AI because it's a very data-rich industry with high frequency of transactions, at all levels, right? Whether it's just deposits, credit extension, forex trading, and investing, so on and so forth. So, obviously the primary is really how to enhance enterprise productivity, right? To make the whole operation much more efficient. I think you articulated very, very clearly. Back office, to a large degree, still very time-consuming, cumbersome, even manually driven paper. Flooding, So with the AI, they could be fully automated, right? So it's dramatic reduction in costs and the increase in efficiency, and then enhance the customer experience. So that's on the positive side. But you asked the question specifically how AI can enhance the financial sector resilience. The answer is yes, right? Actually, you would give the example in HSBC how to do fraud detection, right? So, traditional way of doing fraud detection, oftentimes has a very high false positive, rate, right? But now with AI, can, really identify emerging pattern of possible fraud, but minimize the false, signal. So that's a very good example. But more important, I have to highlight, I don't know if anyone in the audience have heard about the stress test, right? Since 2008, stress test has become the butter and the bread for banks like HSBC or ICBC, but also for regulators like HKMA or the IMF, the Fed. But how you do stress test is very much rely on historical data, static models, and very, selective, predetermined scenario. Like say, if Hong Kong economy, hits into, recession, 5% negative growth, real estate price plunged by 25%, Hang Seng plunged by 30%. What will happen, right? But that kind of exercise is useful, but its ability to detect financial stress or crisis is quite limited. Okay, now with the general AI, I think we can enhance. We can vastly improve the quality, reliability of stress tests. Yep. For example, dynamic scenario generation. Okay, it's not just three of us decide what will be the scenario, right? They can create infinite range of different scenarios. Okay, that's very helpful for stress test. Second is really data. Why AI is about working with a massive amount of data. But historically, the stress test is statistical model, so rely on numerical data. But AI can use text, can use video, lot of unstructured data from social media. I think actually in 2023 with the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, there's a lot of concern about the risk contagion into other regional banks, right? So actually you can analyze social media data to detect whether it's how likely the bank run or deposit moving away from other small banks to big banks like JP Morgan or HSBC, right? So all these are examples that where the AI stress tests finally can be useful, right? So we don't have a false comfort, because HSBC submitted like stress test results to HKMA, we can all sleep at Sunday at night. But with the AI, I would say, Georgia or Mark Tucker can all sleep better at night.
All right, now now this next question, it's for me to make sure that Joe knows that I listened to his comment, because in his remark, I wrote this down, Joe. I wrote this down. So you talk about the human-centric AI. So my question to you, Fred, is, all right, so how do you think, not at the philosophical level, like seriously though, at the human-centric AI, how would that transform, perhaps, or reshape the so-called customer experiences, right? And also maybe, since you talk about risk assessment, right, as well as even, I guess, within the workforce dynamic within the company, right? How do you foresee that coming?
Well, the recent advancement of AI is really about our ability to, make sense of the vast amount of data, right? With the structured data or unstructured data, so we can get the intelligence, enhance our, productivity and risk management and so on and so forth. But the downside, right, is privacy, safety, but I think more, I would say even bigger threat is like a replacement of human. Okay, so I'm not worried about the kind of doomsday scenario, because AI, as powerful as it may be, can never fully replace human. That goes to the heart of Joe's comments, right? Because the human, why we are not becoming the dominant species, not because we are just the bigger, stronger or heavier, but because of our intelligence. But not just the cognitive intelligence, but rather is we are also emotionally intelligent. Humans can work together as a team in an organization like Alibaba or HSBC, or as a society in Hong Kong, in China, or in the world, right? that I think, is still improving with AI can do that, right? So I'm not, how would respond to the AI challenge in terms of labor market. My view is that, instead of trying to limit or slow the adoption of AI technology per se, I think we need to really holistically review our current education system from kindergarten, K-12, to all the way to university and graduate school, right? Because the current education system is very much cognitive intelligence based, okay, knowledge acquisition based. But we need to really incorporate the emotional intelligence, love, empathy, cooperation, as well as critical thinking. So even in the age of AI, human will not risk being replaced. In fact, human still has the upper hand because we know how to regulate AI, and also in the future, say 2050, when we have much fewer new births, like fewer human can still work, with smart robots, right? Because we can offer something AI or even the most intelligent humanoids will never have, which is empathy, emotional intelligence, love, understanding.
Well, you bring up an even bigger topic now. How are we going to train the next generation? What are we training them? Much bigger topic than just this topic alone. But before I go there, let me come back to Luann as well. Now, I agree with Fred. But here you are, HSBC have what, 200,000 people worldwide? More than that, right? More than 200,000 people. Now, you hear about this AI now, day in, day out. You hear about this all the time. And typically, you get two types of responses. Some are so excited about it because it's going to transform a lot of things, right? At the same time, you also hear another side saying, oh my God, we're going to lose half of the people, right? Because you don't, from many sources I hear, you lose half of the workforce. You don't need half the workforce. But how are they going to create a buy-in in that transformation? Talk is easy, but that transformation, execution, how are you going to embrace it? Now, yes, Fred, you're right. Maybe 2 generations later, we have the right sort of skill set that needed, empathy and EQ. But how do you deal with the people today? Right? So how would you prepare your colleagues and HSBC to embrace this inevitable change?
I think let me start perhaps with the few things we see on workforce and the impact on workforce, right? The first is how we use it to augment and improve our productivity. So for people like you and me, as I said, or for Fred, it's not spending 5 hours reading a 300-page board paper, perhaps, because it can help you. It can help you learn about new things. You can go onto DeepSeek or any AI platform now and pick a topic like quantum computing, and you can say, tell me about quantum computing like I'm a 5-year-old. And it can give you the 5-year-old version. And if you're thinking a bit more confident, you can say, tell me about it like I'm 18-year-old. So that learning and the augmentation, I think, is quite important. And it means, hopefully, that, instead of working 15 hours a day, we can work 12 hours a day. The second one is where jobs that exist today may not exist anymore tomorrow. Now, I think this is my personal view. This is a tale as old as time. I remember when I first started in banking, some 30 years ago, and my first job was in a bank branch. There were 2 people employed there whose job was telephone operator. And they had this big machine, and they picked up the phone and then did the transfer to someone. Those jobs don't exist anymore. I remember 25 years ago, as part of a promotion criteria, I had to give a presentation to a leadership team, and it was about OCR, optical character recognition at that time. And that was the next big thing because you no longer have to do data entry. You scan your forms and and that was 25 years ago. So I think the fact that we're talking about it in relation to AI is one thing, but technology, the development of technology over time has already impacted jobs along the way. And we have adapted to it. We have retrained, we have reskilled. So I think the focus is not on how many jobs can you get rid of. The focus is how much more my business can grow without adding the same amount of cost. Because your products and your services will keep growing. People's demands on your products and services will keep growing. But it's not tenable to have every time I increase this much business, I need to increase this much cost. That linear equation cannot work. So I think the focus should be on how much more I can grow without increasing the same amount of cost. That's the second point. The third point, I think perhaps more importantly when we look at AI and the jobs, is the changes at the societal level, which we have seen in relation to the growth of technology. I mean, I would argue one of the big things that 5G brought us was online shopping. And that got made a lot more intense with COVID, clearly. So what does that mean for retail shop owners? What does that mean for the property market? So the whole changes in a societal level, that's really important. Another example I often quote is how easy it is today to be an entrepreneur. You know, compared to before, you have to rent a little shop, you have to hire an accountant, a lawyer. Today, to be an entrepreneur, you just need to have a set of AI tools. So if I want to be a consultant, a freelance consultant, I can get tools to write marketing materials for me. I can get tools to write a business plan. Funny example, I went to DeepSeek and I told them to write, I asked DeepSeek to write a business plan for me for the bank in Hong Kong based on public information. It's quite clever, I have to say, the outcome. So it's so much easier to be an entrepreneur today. So business founders will be a lot more than before compared to employed individuals. What does it mean for the bank? How do we bank them differently? So I think these societal level changes are perhaps more important on what does that mean for my future business model. One last example. People used to come to the branch for every single thing. And that branch is where I talk to the customer about my new products, my new services, what's going on. They don't come to the branch anymore. How do I get that message across? Is mobile the best way? So the way that society has changed means the way we do business has to change. I think that is more the crucial question that needs to be answered.
Yeah.
Sorry, thanks.
By the way, it doesn't actually mean that it's easier to open an account with HSBC. Huh? It's equally as difficult as before.
I will get AI to help us, but not.
Now, we only have less than 3 minutes left. I have to leave this time to any questions from the floor for our panelists, including myself. If anyone have any questions for us. Can I see? Oh.
Just for everybody in the audience, in case you're not aware of how to pose your questions. So if you go to the JUMPSTARTER portal that is on your cell phone, go to agenda of the current session, and there is a button that says live Q&A. So everyone, please go to JUMPSTARTER portal, agenda, current session, and click on the Q&A button to submit any questions that you might have.
Melody, we have any questions now?
Let me just take a quick look. Give me just 2 seconds
if not,
see.
I'm going to ask my panelists.
Do we have any questions?
While you check, I'll ask maybe Fred or Luann. So that all sounds great. But how are we going to reskill our current colleagues, employees in the company? Right? How do you reskill them? Anyone? Fred, you want to go first?
It's like at the fundamental level, right? It's really overhauling our existing education system, which if you think about it, was created in the first industrial revolution, 200, maybe 300 years ago. That hasn't changed. The fixed, curriculum, standardized the measurement of academic aptitude, right? So that has served well for the first industrial revolution, second industrial revolution, but it's for the AI revolution. Maybe it's less well equipped, right? That's the one. The second, actually, companies like HSBC or Alibaba would also really, the new recruit will have different requirement, right? In terms of what will be qualified, employee, but also existing employee. I think it's the training, again, helped by AI, so they can continuously, upgrade the skill set and also adapt to new functions, new responsibilities, just make human workforce a lot more adaptable, much more flexible, or in using your word, much more resilient to a kind of technological shock?
Yeah.
I think we need to take the fear away.
That's it.
You know, it really is the fear of it taking over your job, but also the fear of something so complex and technical. And there is a resistance to learn. So we've set up an AI academy, and it has sort of, you know, like you go to university 101, 201 courses, so it goes basic AI, and then it goes on to once you're more comfortable, you go to prompt engineering, for example, and then you go to the next one. Your question.
All right, so we
have... Finish.
So that's one thing, and to make sure that you have a network of support for the colleagues. But I'll see
what question do you have?
Yes, so I'll read it out.
Yes.
So the first one is artificial intelligence has far-reaching implications across various functions, both within the organization and in enhancing customer experiences. Now, what would you say is your top priority in this area at this moment? This is the first question.
What's the second? We only have time for...
Sure.
Can you
the
ask?
second one is artificial intelligence has far-reaching implications across various functions, both within the organization and in enhancing customer experiences. What would you say is also your main focus?
I would really love for a day where we are more comfortable with using Gen AI in customer-facing tools. But my top priority as a bank is to ensure that we are comfortable with the governance, the risk, the ethics, the privacy before we even go there. That, to me, is top priority. It has to be safe for my customers and for the bank.
Fred?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, you know, as Alibaba would say, you know, a lot of pain points, right, in any organization, in the industry. I think the AI would have the potential to really resolve those pain points. Whether it's, you know, frustration with the, you know, opening a bank account, you know, customer service, or maybe risk management, right, which is also obviously very big, you know. I do think with the AI, you know, you can, you know, reap some of the low-hanging fruits, you know, even while limiting the downside risks.
Yeah. Well, I think we all can agree AI is here to stay. The question is, how are we going to embrace it? I think those of you coming to the JUMPSTARTER event, you already have the buy-in. I'm not worried about any one of you. I worry about the rest of the community, where many of them were probably in denial. They don't want to deal with it, and they gave up. I think that's the worst part. So it's how we collectively, as a community, as both as an employer, employee, how we're going to help the society to embrace it and create that buy-in. I think that's probably the next level of challenges. And how do we set the rules, that you both said earlier? How do you set the rules? Like Joe said it, you know, it's up to us to decide what to put in. So I think that's important. And that should be an effort not just by those who are involved, but as a society as a whole. Right? So hopefully that will create a little bit of that buy-in. If it's just only stay at our level, then I think we're going to leave behind a lot of people, right? In desperation. Yeah, we don't want that. So, but this is definitely a very exciting journey that we all need to find one way or the other to embrace it, and hopefully we bring everyone along, right? So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and please, on behalf of everyone, thank you, our two panelists. And I hope that we can open bank account easier at HSBC with the help of AI. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Alibaba JUMPSTARTER, for letting us have this chance to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chan, for being the moderator. What a great discussion that we just had. Thank you very much for attending. And for our final session of the day is a highly, highly anticipated panel discussion on the strategies for building and exiting successful ventures. Now, this is a topic that is close to the hearts of many founders that are here with us today. And we are extremely excited to bring you the insights from 3 of the seasoned entrepreneurs that we have lined up for you who have walked the paths themselves. So hear it from them, from their own experiences, so that they can share about what kind of journey it was that they went through. Ladies and gentlemen, please do keep your eyes, keep your ears peeled for this last segment that we have, as we do have many founders here today who can benefit from this segment that we have that is coming up. And of course, for everybody that is watching at home and in the office, please also do pay attention, as this is a segment that you do not want to miss. And for everyone in the audience, please do feel free to grab a seat. Joining us are Mr. Alfred Tong, General Partner at Race Capital. Everyone, let's put our hands together and welcome him on stage. Mr. Alan Lau, co-founder and operating partner at Two Small Fish Ventures. And also Mr. Arthur Chow, co-founder and CEO at Six Waves. Everyone, please make yourself feel comfortable. And also our host for this panel is Ms. Fiona Lau, co-founder and COO at WorkJewel AI. And I will hand the stage over to you all.
All right, yeah.
Oh, let's just have a little bit of a seating rearrangement. Make sure we're matching the photos just for good measure. Perfect. Over to you.
Okay. Thanks, everyone, for staying. I think this is actually going to be the best session and the last and best session of the day. So I'm Fiona, and I'm really, really happy to have three actually Hong Kong-born, really great entrepreneurs who went through the tough experience of entrepreneurship and actually achieved really great exits. I'm going to do a quick introduction. Alfred is the managing partner of Race Capital, and he co-founded BEA Systems and led it to a $8.6 billion acquisition by Oracle. And he has the title of Silicon Valley CEO from Andreessen Horowitz. So thank you, Albert, for joining us today. Next, we have Alan, who is a 3-time entrepreneur with 2 exits under his belt. He is probably most well known as the co-founder of Wattpad, which is the world's largest social storytelling company with over 100 million monthly users, which sold to Naver for $660 million in 2021. And he is also right now the co-founder of Two Small Fish Ventures, a deep tech VC investing in the forefront of technology. Welcome, Alan. And last but not least, we have Arthur with us today, who is the CEO and co-founder of Six Waves, a global leader in online gaming. Six Waves is a leading global publisher of Facebook games, reaching over 20 million active users to 20 million active users across 150 games. So the company had achieved a successful exit in the social gaming boom, and Arthur is actually currently still an executive at Six Waves. So we have 3 really amazing panelists here, and I'm going to jump right into the question. So the first part I want to dive into is what made your exit successful? And what do you think, was there a specific move in your journey, or there were some critical factors that paved the way for your exit? So maybe we start with Alfred.
I think in my situation, I actually didn't want to exit. BA was a great company. It was the year that we sold the company in 2008. Its revenue was about $1.7 billion. We're still growing about 30% per annum, generating about $500 million free cash flow. No debt, tons of cash, but we had somebody had been in love with the company, wanted to buy it almost from the beginning. That was Larry Ellison. And at some point, I think for me, the decision what comes down to is once you go public, it really wasn't my company anymore. It was a shareholders' company. And when you had a financial crisis in 2008, you know, like the choice of taking the cash offer versus not doing it would have been a sin. So I had to do what the shareholder wanted. It was a terrific exit. At the end, Oracle paid $1 billion more than the price that they started with. But it was tons of drama. You know, if I go back, I would have loved to continue to run the company. It probably will be a lot bigger and doing a lot of exciting things in the world of AI today.
Well, somewhat similar situation. I would say the best exit strategy is, guess what? Not having one. Because at the time of around the time of the acquisition, we were a venture-backed company, so as you probably could guess, we had to raise a lot of capital, drive growth, and then get to the point when we had 100 million users. And but at that point, we were kind of self-sustaining already. In a way, we have all the optionality in front of us. At the time of the acquisition in 2021, we could continue. We could raise perhaps more growth capital to drive more growth. We could potentially sell the company, and we were considering IPO as well. So all four options were in front of us, and an inbound offer came in, and we leveraged that to run the process, and then the rest is history. So in a way, we similar to BEA, we did not plan to sell, but once the opportunity comes along, you leverage the situation, you leverage the circumstances, and drive the outcome that we all want to see.
Right, and for me, we founded the company in Hong Kong, but our users are over the world. But for the initial years, we never thought about an exit. It's about survival, right? You just want to make sure that your proof of concept is going to work, it's going to be profitable and sustainable. And then we really start thinking about an exit is when we start to raise our first round. Once you have external investor, then you have a mandate somehow to get an exit, pretty much for them rather than for yourself. So I think that's where we start to think about an exit. And I think your question was about how do you get a successful exit. I think ultimately you have to make yourself attractive to potential acquirers. So for us, we're based in Asia. We have a lot of users in Japan, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. So instead of talking to companies in this area, we've been focusing on talking to potential acquirers in Europe and in America, because we are going to be very complementary to what they do. And overnight, if they acquire us, then they could actually expand tremendously in terms of the global reach. So I think you also have to find potential kind of like good acquirers and make yourself a lot more attractive to them. So you have to be very targeted in who to talk to.
So let me follow up a little bit on Arthur's response. So were you, I think for Alfred and Alan, you were not actually going out for an acquisition. You were just building a great business, and then circumstances you had to sell, right? But Arthur, were you actually looking for potential partners that would be potential acquirers during your journey?
I think we were a little bit open. I think one thing that the co-founders were quite sure is that we don't want an IPO. I think it's very similar, right? So once you get an IPO, you don't really get an exit. You kind of like tie down for a long, long time. And also, it's no longer your company. So one thing we thought that we either stay private or we do a trade sale. And for that, we're looking for potential partners that we've been working along for a long time, or people in the industry that we feel there's like a lot of synergy that we can potentially kind of like partner for a longer time. So, yeah.
And I guess, Alan, the neighbor that you sold to wasn't probably not the first acquirer that came, knocking on the door. So how do you know that this was, the right one?
It's in a way circumstantial. As I mentioned, we were not really thinking. We were thinking about all the different options ahead of us, and then an inbound offer from another company came in, and we leveraged that to run the process. And I think this is an important point because we had the optionality. We had we can choose. We can walk away if the deal is not attractive enough. And I distinctly remember one conversation with one of the potential acquirers. I think your price is too low, right? We could consider IPO, and if we IPO, the market cap probably would be double what you are writing on the term sheet right now. So if you want a good deal, you need to have that optionality and have the ability to walk away if the terms are really terrible. I think that's the key to drive a successful exit.
And the second part of my question, it's about more strategy and practical steps. So as I was an entrepreneur myself. I am still an entrepreneur. And investors, when you go fundraise, they love to ask you, so what is your exit strategy? That is like a question, and I'm sure like everyone would say, yes, we should focus on building the product and just building a great business, which I think is, of course, very much true. So, for many founder friends down there, if investors do come and ask, like, what do you think about your exit strategy? What is your advice to founders when they get approached with this question?
Well, the best exit strategy is when you're not planning for an exit. So when something is not for sale, the buyers will have to pay up. So there's no doubt in my mind, by the way, there's no reason to start a company if you don't think you're going to take it all the way. And take it all the way have many different forms. It could take it public. It can remain private. It actually, at the end, at the right circumstances, you can merge with someone. You can be acquired. But I think I will never ask my own founder, what is your exit strategy? That exit strategy should, by and large, be designed as a natural course of building the company. And your investors should be part of the journey with you, right? So if you want to have a company you're going to be building up for a long time, you should have investors that have that kind of staying power. Otherwise, it's going to be miserable. But I will never plan for exit. The exit should come to you. That will be the best type of exit.
Yeah. Well, similar to what Alfred said, I think I can share my own experience as an entrepreneur. We were venture-backed, and you might think many of our investors would ask us, when are you going to exit? What's the plan? In fact, it's the exact opposite. I think I would say most of our major investors are exactly opposite to that. So I would say, as a venture-backed CEO for 10 years, in the first 9 years, we never talk about exit. And by year 9, I was the one raising the question. Board members, it's been almost a decade. We never talk about exit. And guess what? Before I could even finish the sentence, one of the board members interrupted me. Alan, I just want you to build a great business. Let's not talk about exit. I think it's very, very unusual. But it actually worked out. So now I'm sitting on the other side of the table. I'm looking at new investments, investing in mostly seed-stage companies. There's one ask to the entrepreneurs: if you pitch to us, take out the exit strategy slide. We don't want to see it. If you have an exit strategy slide, here is the exit. Thank you.
Alan, actually, well said. Alan, actually, I want to add. BEA was almost entirely funded by a single venture firm. It was Warburg Pincus. Warburg gave us about $50 million during this journey. And Bill Janeway, who is my mentor, was on the board the whole time. He never asked once. In fact, he was the first to object the sale of BEA. By then, he already got $8 billion worth of return for his fund, right? But they still owned a bunch of shares. So I think great investors will have visions that kind of align with the potential of the company. It really should be aligned with that. Instead, it should be aligned with the money.
But just want to add, there are still venture capitals and investors who are looking for an exit. So you have to be careful who do you choose to. But if you're looking for a round, you talk to these people. These seems to be nice guys. They're not really pushing you for an exit.
Then Arthur, how did you deal with that?
No, so I think, if they ask me, I would just say, my exit strategy is to, I have like as many options as possible, right? You don't want to be forced to an exit. And how can you have more options? Is that if you build a very successful and sustainable defensive business, then, you can do whatever you want. You can stay private and you can pay out dividends, or you can go for IPO, or you can do a trade sale. So as long as you have a very sound business, then, you don't have to really answer that exit question.
I think that's really, really good advice. And I want to add that funds that are started by entrepreneurs and people who have operated businesses are very, very different than, pure financial backed VCs, right? I think the profile of the talent is just very, very different. And I think Arthur gave a great point on how to deflect that question. Yeah. Sorry, Alan.
Just want to add, if you have a 4-year-old kid, are you going to ask that 4-year-old kid when he or she becomes 25-year-old, what job are you going to apply for? It's a very, very silly question, right?
My wife does it to my son, so.
Okay.
Sorry. Is it recorded?
Most parents,
oh, no. Hope it's not
most
live.
parents would think about this, but be very, very specific about what job you are going to apply for. At 25-year-old or 30-year-old would be crazy. So why would you ask a C-stage company when there are only 2 founders and nothing else? Where are you going to, which company you want to sell to? I think it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think that's a great analogy. And I think a lot of schools, ask a lot of children, like, oh, what do you want to be when you grow up? It's actually the same problem, right? It's a very stupid question in a way.
What you want to be is okay. But which job you want to apply to, which school you want to apply to, that's a little bit too much.
Okay, so let's say, back to the topic of there is a potential acquirer knocking on your door, right? And I think that for a lot of entrepreneurs, that's like actually a happy problem to have, let's say. But what are the top 3 things you think that the founder should do, like right when that happens?
Well, there's no doubt, by the way. Number 1, call your general counsel. Because any offer, you have obligation to review it along with your board. Because remember, it's a shareholders company. If you don't own 100% of the company, you must review that with your shareholders. So first, contact your general counsel. Number 2, you must contact your board. So this is not an offer to you, it's an offer to the company. So your board has to review the offer. I tell you, the third person I call my mom, right? So of course you call your mom. Why wouldn't you call your mom, right? Everything in my life I call my mom. Of course I call her. Well, unfortunately, she didn't give the answer I wanted. She said, oh my God, 8.6 billion, of course you should take it. Yeah, right. So.
I did not call my mom. I called my wife. But joking aside, yeah, you're absolutely right. I did not talk to the general counsel first, but I talked to my board first when I got the first offer. That first offer was terrible, I have to say, but as I mentioned, we kind of leveraged that to run the process. So with the board green light, we start to interview a banker, find the best banker in that situation, and then ran a proper process. And I think I want to highlight this. Sometimes, I'm not saying you have to use a banker or you don't have to use a banker. You can always find good examples in either case. But in our situation, I can speak from my own experience because we want to leverage that offer and see what other people would buy us for. And to properly run that process, it's actually very, very hard for the CEO to do it himself or herself. So having someone as a filter to run that process for you in a way, it's a bidding process, right? And that actually allows us to extract almost like the maximum value out of the whole situation. I guess it's very circumstantial, depends on your situation, but if you are thinking about if your situation perhaps justify a bidding process, having a banker to help you out actually quite important.
So Alan, actually, just to add to that, kidding aside about my mom, I still ask my mom first, but nevertheless, actually in my situation, the acquirer, which is Oracle, wanted the company so bad. We said no so many times. We first had Kao Icon, which is a very well-known activist, that bought 9% of the company without announcing it. So the first time I saw it was somebody called me up in the middle of the night and said, you should turn on CNBC now. He said, who's on TV? I said, you're on TV. And he was running a tape. I said, oh, I didn't say any of that stuff. It doesn't matter. So then you need a crisis communication firm to kind of fight it. And then you need a very good lawyer, different kind of lawyer. In our case, you need a Wachtell-Lipton type of lawyer to kind of fight off, this raid of the company because they're trying to throw everybody off the board. Then the deal went from friendly to hostile. It's very rare in tech that you actually have a hostile deal. So that 12 months, along with Goldman Sachs as the banker, it was a complex process to negotiate, to make it friendly, and me being romance, gone into Larry Ellison's yard, his house, and all that kind of stuff, and trying to make peace out of the deal to make it the best for everybody. And then we face a financial crisis. So I think each time when these kind of things happen, you don't know. But I really believe that good CEO should be able to handle crisis really well. You should never be comfortable when things are good, right? And if things are bad, it should be normal. I know this is very difficult to accept, but that would be the advice I would give to every single CEO. If you like this job, the people that create this job is to be able to handle the crisis. There's never no crisis. So, I mean, I saw a big crisis, but at the end, it blow over, you know. So you look back, oh, you know, it happened. There's no big deal, you know.
Oh, so yeah, the first three things that I'll do, and if there's like a potential acquire, is like, well, a lot of YouTubers say CLS, but for me, C is compare. Similar to your thought, right? So you don't just get too excited with the first term sheet that you got and just dive into it, right? You talk to other potential acquirers. And what we did was, is a kind of like hybrid. We talked to a lot of potential acquirers that we already have direct connection, but we also use a banker to talk to someone else that we might not have a potential connection and try to get the best deal out of it. L is learn. Learn about your potential acquirers. So your investor will just say, you know, pick the highest number, right? Because they want the best return of their investment. But you're going to be working with the potential acquirer for a longer term, right? Be it you might exit in a very short term, but your teams probably will stay and work with your potential acquirer for a longer term. So you want to make sure that you can actually work with them in a nice way. So learn about your potential acquirers. And then S, for me, is the share of responsibilities. Because during the whole process, it's very demanding. And as a CEO, you cannot do it all. You have to share your responsibilities, divide and conquer. The due diligence on tax, on your HR, your IT and finance, it's very, very taxing. So you need your team to step up, and you have to empower them to cover different parts of the company, because otherwise you cannot handle the whole process.
Right, and I just want to add my little 2 cents is from my own experience, you don't get a term sheet on the first day, right? There's like a period before, and sometimes there are fake acquirers, right? That they're not actually here to acquire your business. They're wanting to learn more about you. If I've heard it from a lot of startup friends that this has happened. So that is probably a pitfall to avoid. Don't overinvest in when someone says they're interested in potentially acquiring your company, and send their corp dev team to talk to you. Okay, the last part I want to talk a bit about is a trickier one. Obviously, you guys are hugely successful, and it's easy to forget that actually 90% of startups do fail or do plateau. And not every company is destined for an IPO or even an M&A billion-dollar exit. So I guess I want to ask all three panelists, what is your advice to founders to know, when it is to push forward? When is it time to pivot or just avoid growing at all costs? I know a lot of founder friends are in that threshold, or maybe they even have trouble raising venture capital funding. So what is your advice generally to that?
Fiona, that's a great question. In tech, there's no such thing as a non-growth company. When you're not growing, that's death. It doesn't matter how big the number is. When you stop growing, the company almost will have nothing. So we don't have a choice. The market only rewards us by growth, which trumps everything else. You see the Woods deal now being sold to Google. Look at that kind of current year revenue multiple. It's all because they said they're going to grow from $500 million to $1 billion next year, right? Databricks at $2.5 billion in revenue, they raised around a $62 billion post. People get that kind of valuation is not because of just their size. It really has to do with growth. Because growth is what people want. Why would people buy you? Is because they want growth. So whenever, by the way, I ask people a lot of times, they say, well, do you know why stock option vests in 4 years? Why did some random Palo Alto lawyer decided that options going to be vested 4 years? Because that generally is the terminal limit of a single spur of growth. At the end of that 4 years, generally companies that don't do a new thing, they will stop growing. So as good leader, our job is always think about growing. And if that part of the process that require a major left hand, which we normally call pivot, let be it. So most of the investors, especially the early investors, will not be allergic to people that want to pivot. Why get stuck? Stuck is no fun. Our job is to grow the thing, right? So I don't think we should be thinking about whether, well, we should just sit on it. It's a cash cow. There's no such thing as cash cow in our business because they will be bought for nothing. Oh, don't do that, yeah.
I guess the harsh reality is maybe 80% or even 90% of the company would not be a breakout success. And if it becomes, if it doesn't work out, you shut down the company. That's actually easy. The worst type of decisions or situation for the founders actually is when the company are doing okay, it's not growing, it's kind of flatline. You kind of get stuck. There's a term for it. It's called zombie company. I'm sure some of you have heard of that. In that type of situation is the toughest. I don't think you can simply generalize. For some founders, it's their life work. They would never give up. They would rather die with the company in 20 years, 30 years from now. And for some, they lost the motivation. They might have to move on because they just cannot wake up in the morning and work on and look at the computer and work on the company anymore. So I think for that type of situation, at the end of the day, it's a very, very personal decision. Even though you can look at the numbers, the spreadsheet would tell you a lot of things, but ultimately, this is your baby. You spend maybe 5 years or 10 years, for some of them even longer, 15 years on it, and the result is perhaps nothing. What are you going to do? Are you going to give up? Are you going to walk away? Are you going to find someone to take over? I wish I have an answer for everyone. I wish I have a playbook, but at the end of the day, it's a very, very personal choice. I don't think anyone can give you advice because you, as a founder, you have to make that decision.
So I guess in terms of pivot, typically I think usually there are two possibilities, right? One is like your current route is not working anymore, right? And the other is like, there's a better way of doing business while you're actually doing fine. So for us, when we started the company 16 years ago on Facebook, we actually did advertising first. So it's doing well. I mean, we got our cash flow in, right? But then we realized people actually pay a lot of money to play games on Facebook. Then we pivot to do social games on Facebook. So that's one of the possibilities where, we find a better way. And then eventually we started to think, Facebook games are dying. So we have to pivot again. So we now do mobile games, right? So I think, you kind of like, you actually have some clear signals about when you need to pivot, as long as you're being observant and not just focusing on what you're doing all the time. So, just make sure you still talk to people and see what's going on out there.
Well, I think one of the things that I think is crucial is sometimes when you get stuck, it's normal, by the way, because you're passionate about what you do, which is also the reason why good entrepreneurs should have advisors and really good investors around you. They're supposed to remind you. It kind of looks stuck, my friend, so you may, we'll give you suggestions. So they're not supposed to give you the answer. You're the founder, you're supposed to come up with the answer. But it's be good for people to remind you, to have the discussion, to be open with you, to be direct with you, to be blunt with you. So those advices are very hard to find. Whatever form that comes in, whether they're board members, they're investors, or they're friends, or they're people that you have worked with in the past, get some. It's very hard to do this alone. Co-founders are excellent ideas. So I rarely found, fund companies with single founder anymore for that reason. It's good to have, more minds looking at the same problem.
Yeah, I think that's a great segue to actually my last question for all three of you. I think that the entrepreneurship journey, exit or not, is very, very tough mentally and psychologically speaking. So what piece of advice would you have for our founders where it really helps them? Because I'm sure it's not all high up here, right? A lot of times you're like here, like everything sucks, right? what did you do personally to get through that?
I have to be honest. I think I personally committed a mortal sin. When we got sold, I ran it for 44 quarters as a public company, in total about 15 years. And I was so into this thing, that was my life. So when I woke up one morning, I was in my early 40s, I said, oh my God, now what do I do? So I immediately, without thinking, went and started another one. I should have never, ever have done that. I should have taken a deep breath. A lot of people, my own advisor told me, say, you should probably take a year off, right? And when you're burnt out, you cannot tell because you're so into it. So I would say I didn't do well on that one myself. If I would do it all over again, I would have taken that advice, and take it to heart and really have a reset in my head and say, hey, that was the end of the chapter. I need to move on to a new chapter.
I guess I wish someone told me it was that stressful in the beginning. I didn't realize it was so stressful. But now, after selling my last one, if you check out my LinkedIn profile, you see I say recovering CEO. I think I should change that to forever recovering. Well, joking aside, I think the one advice I wish someone would tell me is you just have to be unrecognizable every 2 years because you're running a fast-paced, high-growth company, and every year or two, if you are not growing fast enough, you'll be left behind by your own company. And that's why it's so stressful, because every time I thought I figured out I'm a good CEO, I'm doing my job, and 6 months later, everything is broken. I wonder why, and it's not because I wasn't doing my job, it's because the company is actually drastically different than 6 months or 12 months ago. And I have to keep up, and I wish someone told me earlier, because I have to figure this out. Okay, I have to be a perpetual self-growth machine for so long, and figure that out. It took me a few years. I probably would have, the company would have done better if someone told me this.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's very stressful, but I would say it's a very also rewarding. I think if I could actually start it again, I would start it earlier because it's very, very draining. The younger you start, it's actually better. So yeah, I think if anything, my advice is just hang in there. Just believe in yourself.
Okay, I think that ends on a great note. Thank you to our three panelists, and thank you to you all. And have a good evening.
Thank you very much to all of you for that wonderful session. Thank you once again. And everyone, please be seated. And thank you, Fiona, for being our moderator. All right, so that brings us to the end of day one of JumpStarter 2025. We hope everyone have enjoyed today's sessions and also gained new insights into the future of AI and innovation. Now, please don't forget to join us tomorrow for more keynotes, for more talks, and the highly anticipated JumpStarter 2025 Global Pitch Competition final round, where we'll unveil the top 5 startups and witness their final pitches together. Now, before we wrap up for today, we'd love to hear your feedback, and it would definitely help us make better future events. So please do take a quick moment to fill out the survey via the event app, and of course, your input truly matters. Thank you very much, everyone, for being part of this incredible event. Everyone, please have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow. My name is MC Melody. I'll see you in no time.